musical. Plus 2 stars from the thrilling series Tehran, Glenn Close, and of course, Neve Sultan. They stopped by our third hour. And later we're going to be wishing a happy birthday to one of The Office's most lovable stars. But first, let's check out today's Pop Star headlines. Let's get to it. Martha Stewart this weekend. The home and cooking expert went viral for taking a photo at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I don't know if we showed it earlier today. If you haven't seen it at home. There's the picture, of course, along with Hollywood's hottest couple. That is Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson. We're going to get the inside scoop on what went on behind the scenes of this viral snapshot because special pop star caller Martha Stewart is on the line right now. Martha, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good.
Oh, yeah, isn't that a great photo?
Now tell us the story behind that picture.
Well, it was the dinner was supposed to start around 7 o'clock, and the president finally showed up at 9:30. Of course, everybody was waiting for Kim Kardashian, that they were waiting for Kim and Pete, and I was at the Daily Mail table, and we saw them coming in, and I went over to them, and I know both. You know, Pete and I were on the Justin Bieber roast years ago, and that's when I first met him.
Of course,
and he's an adorable guy. He's funny and nice and pleasant. And Kim looked gorgeous as usual. Very jealous of her, of course. And we just stood and had our pictures taken.
How did they seem as a couple, Martha?
Holding hands, lovely, friendly, charming. You know, he's a very different kettle of fish than Kanye. You know.
Yes. A lot of people wonder. Like, what is it about Pete Davidson? He seems to get all the cute girls. So, did you figure out what it was?
Well, he's just a skinny, kind of homely, really nice guy. And he was cuter when he had longer curly hair. If you look at my Instagram, you see a little skit he did for me when we were doing the roast. But he's charming and he's nice, and I don't think he's a big deal problem.
Yeah.
And he's just a lovely guy, and we were just, we were having a lovely time. The president did an amazing presentation.
Yeah.
You know, his like a roast there at the Correspondents' Dinner, and Trevor Noah was phenomenal. So it was a very, very fun evening.
Well, thank you, Martha.
Thank you, Martha.
Thank you. Thank you.
Leave it there.
Yeah.
I think what Martha was saying is that Pete's got game.
Yeah.
He's got game.
He's got some swag.
Yeah.
He's got some swag.
Martha Stewart breaking down hot couples is amazing.
I'd watch that show. I'd watch that show.
Next up on Pop Star today, Andy Cohen on Friday, the Watch What Happens Live host announced the birth of baby number 2. Andy sharing a first look at his new little girl and writing, "Meet my daughter, Lucy Eve Cohen, 8 pounds, 13 ounces, born 5:13 p.m. in New York City." Proud Papa also thanked his rock star surrogate and everybody who helped make this miracle happen. And then on Sunday, Andy also shared a series of pics of Lucy's introduction to Big Brother Ben, which were adorable. So get ready for a lot of cuteness overload.
Are you happy to see your little sister?
Yeah.
Yeah?
She's sleeping.
She's sleeping, right?
She's making little noises.
She is making little noises.
This has to be taken.
Isn't it fun to have her home, Ben?
Yeah, I love her.
She loves you.
But she's
That's just good stuff for Andy, too, right? We're also happy for Andy.
So
This explains
happy.
Experience
I
that.
saw him a couple days ago over on 49th Street, going to a lunch, and he looked a little tired.
Welcome to Papahood.
Voices turn into
Congratulations to the family there. Next up, Carrie Underwood. It's a little bit country, a little bit rock and roll for the music superstar who surprised a lot of people over the weekend. Carrie surprising fans at Stagecoach, the big music festival, by bringing out a surprise guest. That would be Axl Rose from Guns N' Roses. The rock legend joining Underwood on stage for a duet of Sweet Child of Mine. Take a listen. Well, you know that voice.
Come on.
He also did Paradise City. Yeah, sounds great. Underwood called it the best night of my life. And finally, speaking of country meets rock and roll, Dolly Parton, in a recent interview on NPR, the Grammy winner, clearing up any confusion about how she feels about being nominated for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You might remember back in March, she released a statement attempting to withdraw her name from consideration. But now she's saying she would accept the nomination gracefully.
It was always my belief that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was for the people in rock music. And I have found out lately that it's not necessarily that, but if they can't go there to be recognized, where do they go? So I just felt like that I would be taken away from someone that maybe deserved it, and certainly more than me, because I never considered myself a rock artist.
Okay. I mean, she can do no wrong.
Yeah.
We all know she's
trying
to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Take a spot.
Put her in the hall.
We'll see how it all plays out. The 2022 Hall of Fame inductees are going to be announced sometime this month. Although it might be a little tricky to get in touch with Dolly and tell her if she's on that list. Reba McEntire recently told Apple Music that she had to break out the fax machine to contact Dolly last year. The two are teaming up for a reimagining of McEntire's song, Does He Love You? And apparently the fax machine is the only way that they could connect.
I thought you were joking.
That's amazing.
Reba told Southern Accents Radio, quote, "That's the only way I know to get a hold of her." I even asked Kenny Rogers one time. I said, "Do you have Dolly's cell?" He said, "No, you have to fax her." If all else fails, Dolly should be able to hear us cheering from New York if she does get inducted this month. And here's a few more headlines for you. First up, that 70s show. Almost the entire original cast is coming back for Netflix's upcoming spin-off series called That 90s Show. Topher Grace, Mila Kunis, Ashton Kutcher, Laura Prepon, and Wilmer Valderrama will all be reprising their roles for the streaming service's follow-up series. The new show will kick off in the year 1995. It's going to follow Eric and Donna's daughter as she visits her grandparents, Kitty and Red, for a summer in Point Place, Wisconsin. And over the weekend, fans got a preview of the cast stepping back into character in their old costumes. Topher and Wilmer showing off their 70s gear, both writing on Instagram, "Yep, still fits." No word yet on when exactly That 90s Show is set to premiere. And finally, Olivia Rodrigo. Speaking of throwbacks, remember when the Grammy winner went viral for bringing the ultimate 2000s grunge, all the grunge vibes, when she was touring? She was doing all those Avril Lavigne covers. Well, now she's kicking it up a notch because over the weekend, Lavigne actually joined Rodrigo on stage for a duet of her 2000s hit Complicated. Here's a little bit of it. Those are your headlines. We've got a lot more coming your way, including Mrs. Doubtfire, the musical, back on Broadway. And we've got the story behind the beloved story's journey from screen to stage.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. After many starts and stops due, of course, to the pandemic, Mrs. Doubtfire, the musical, is now back on Broadway. It's based, of course, on the beloved film starring Robin Williams. And we caught up with one of the film's original stars who told us what it was like to see the movie come to life on stage. Here's our interview with Lisa Jacob, who played Lydia in the film, and Annalise Scarpacci, who is playing Lydia on The Great White Way.
So finding out that Mrs. Doubtfire was being made into a musical, I continue to be shocked at the fact that this story keeps resonating for people. And it's such an honor to know that these ideas about love is what makes a family, these still are continuing. And people that I know who are, my age, who watched this movie growing up, are now showing it to their kids.
The water's boiling.
Hello! Ah! It's just so wonderful to know that this is a story that continues to be important and meaningful for people.
Oh my gosh. I mean, my dad and I would watch this movie without fail. Anytime that it was on, and my dad was the first one to show me the movie. And when I knew that they were auditioning girls who were 18 and older to play Lydia, I was like, oh my gosh, this is my chance. I love this movie so much. I need to play this role. And I was fortunate enough to audition, and I got the role the next day. They called the next day and they offered me the role, and I was freaking out. And, this whole story revolves around the relationship between Lydia and her father. So to have that moment that my dad and it's like my dad and I's movie, so it meant a lot. It was absolutely incredible to be back in Mrs. Doubtfire after the hiatus. We've been working on this show. I was 19 when I was cast, and now I'm 22. We always say that when you're in a musical, that you become a family. But Mrs. Doubtfire is something that I've never experienced before, especially because we've gone through something unimaginable, which is the pandemic, plus multiple hiatuses. Last night was our third opening night, and that's very rare. And I feel like third time's a charm. It's really special, and I'm happy to be doing it with everyone in this family. We just clicked immediately.
Seeing Mrs. Doubtfire on Broadway coming to life. It was absolutely surreal. I have been wanting to see it for such a long time, and Annalise and I have become such good friends. We met on Instagram. I am a huge fan of her, and so to be able to finally get to see it, and it was just so much better than I ever could have imagined. So it was a truly beautiful evening.
Stepping into the role of Lydia is so amazing. It's a lot of pressure. This movie means a lot to a lot of people. What we really found was that they really, really loved it. And we had people coming up to us saying that they loved the movie and that they loved what it represented, especially for children of divorce. And we had a lot of adults who were children of divorce, and they would come see the show and they were just weeping and thanking us for telling this story. Because it's like Rob McClure says all the time, a lot of movies from that time, it was like The Parent Trap. The parents would get together in the end. This was the first movie of its time that the parents, it was like, it's okay. It's okay it's better for our family if they aren't together. And that's okay.
And that really was very radical for that time period.
Yeah, it was.
I think now have moved forward a little bit and understand this a little bit better, but it really was a very conscious decision that was a little bit contentious at times about possibly the parents getting back together at the end. That was something that, the producers had talked about. And it was so important to us to say, no, this is real life. It does not always have a happy ending. And what a great opportunity to talk about, even if life doesn't work out the way you expected, you can still be okay. I think it's just such a fantastic reimagining of the story. They have made it modern. They have gone in different directions than we did. And I think this idea of recreating family is something that we still need to hear. The idea that a family can be a single mom, a single dad, two dads, two moms, grandmas, aunts, people who aren't even related by blood, that we make family out of love. And I think that is just such an important concept that just needs to be reinforced over and over again. So this is where I just start crying, right? You know, Robin was an incredibly kind, emotional, thoughtful, incredible person, and he wanted to bring joy to people's lives. So I think this would have meant a lot to him.
God, that looks like so much fun. And again, you can check out Mrs. Doubtfire, the musical. It is now on Broadway. Coming up next, Glenn Close and her Tehran co-star fill us in on its newest season.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
And we're back to Pop Star Plus. The incomparable Glenn Close joined the latest season of the action-packed series Tehran, and she stopped by the third hour along with co-star Neve Sultan to talk about that experience.
Hollywood legend Glenn Close and Neve Sultan, they star in the season 2 of the Apple TV Plus series Tehran.
So Neve plays Tamar, a Mossad agent who goes deep undercover for a mission to help destroy Iran's nuclear reactor. And Glenn plays a fellow agent tasked with helping Tamar make her way out of the tangled mess of webs.
What else do I need to know? Speak.
Faraz. When we picked up Milad, he was there waiting for us.
You should have told me about this immediately.
If I had, you never would have let me stay.
We're playing a long game here.
That's a good scene.
Welcome.
Good.
Good morning. It's so nice to have both of you here. Glenn, let's start with you because, I mean, you look at your IMDb page and you've done so many different things, but this is a role that you took on and you actually learned to speak Farsi in it. I mean, that must have been a huge undertaking.
It was a huge challenge, but I have to say, when I saw the first season, and Neve seemed to be absolutely fluent in it. But that is really one of the fun challenges of doing the show. I wanted to be an American-speaking Farsi, and I wanted to try to speak it so that a Farsi-speaking person would say, "Oh my God!"
It's natural, yeah.
I started season 1, and your character is, I mean, tech savvy. Tamar's pretty tech savvy. I understand that's not something the two of you have in common.
Oh, no, not at all. Not a Mossad agent, not a hacker, nothing. Very technophobic and the most liar, like, I don't know how to lie.
That's a good trait.
Yeah,
it's a good trait.
I was just watching the two of you watch that clip. What was it like working together and the chemistry and just the whole, I mean, first of all, the backdrop is beautiful, but yet in the middle of such an intense role. Do you know what I mean? What was that like for the two of you? It was intense, But it was that was a really fun scene to do.
I remember that scene.
It's very psychological. Where she is in many ways above me, but I am the local, deeply embedded Mossad agent, and so there's this kind of a power play going on, and.
I have to say, you made me feel so little in that scene. So little. Like,
but she would say speak.
You have this amazing strength and presence, and I didn't have to do anything, and I think it's beautiful.
That's great. Which Neve, how does that make you feel? I mean, I don't want to say intimidated, but it's Glenn Close. It is. How do you go into this role doing these scenes with her?
I mean, it's hard to grasp. It was amazing. I didn't know what to expect. I honestly imagined she would just make an appearance, do her close-ups, and poof, disappear. But I was happy to find out there's a reason you get so successful in your career, and putting aside, obviously, the fact that she is so talented. She works so hard. You have no idea.
Beautiful.
She works so hard.
Beautiful. Everybody.
And she never disappears after her close-ups. Never.
I love that. Well, listen, I just realized, I didn't realize, this year marks the 35th anniversary of Fatal Attraction, and one of your most memorable roles, obviously. And there's this reboot on the horizon. We've got a TV series starring Lizzie Kaplan and Joshua Jackson. What's it like to reflect on that film, especially now that it's about to get new treatment, if you will?
Wow. Well, it was one of the one of the seminal films of my career. I remember before I did Fatal Attraction, people said, "Oh, could she be sexy?" And I kept saying, "Well, I haven't been asked to be sexy." No, it was very, very intense, and I loved that character. I loved her, and it's ironic to me that she's considered a villain. I've never considered her a villain. I thought she was a woman in out of control and in great need of help. But yeah, it was incredible to work with Michael and Adrian Lyne. It was again. I could talk about it forever because it was that important to me.
Fond memories.
Yeah. I love that. It came out before you were even born. Yeah.
Oh my God!
I just did the math. But I remember it was. It's interesting to hear you reflect on the character being misunderstood. I never thought about that. Thank you.
Well, thank you guys so much for being here. And the episode 1 and 2 of Tehran's second season will be streaming on Apple TV Plus starting this Friday, May 6th.
That is the one and only Glenn Close. What a legend. And again, don't forget to check out season 2 of Tehran. It is streaming on Apple TV Plus on Friday. Still to come, one of our favorites from The Office, Ellie Kemper, on her favorite episodes from that show. Next.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And we're back on Popstar Plus. It's the hilarious Ellie Kemper's birthday today. So happy birthday, Ellie. And to commemorate the occasion, we thought we'd have some fun with our flashback interview with Ellie on what it was like for her to join the show The Office.
I was a huge fan of The Office before I got a part on it, and I joined at the end of season 5, and I remember thinking during my audition, as Erin, I was reading with Ed Helms, and I thought, this is the most exciting thing that's ever happened to me career-wise, so if it ends right now, that'll be fine. Well, no, it wouldn't have been fine, because then I wouldn't have gotten a part in The Office. So, no, the greatest thing of all was then learning that I booked the part, and I sort of lost my mind. And getting to work on the show the first day was surreal, because I had seen all these characters for years on my television, so I felt like they had been in my home. And so I knew all of them, and I think it took a minute to realize, well, television doesn't work both ways. They don't know you. So it is surreal to feel like you know people, and then to actually arrive on a set and meet them in person. It was like I won the lottery.
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Woo! Jiminy Christmas!
Jiminy Christmas indeed.
Hit her up.
Oh, yeah.
One of my favorite episodes is Secretary's Day. I love that episode because, of course, it's all about Erin. It was written by Mindy Kaling, who is a genius, and there was so much comedy in that, but also a lot of emotional baggage. My favorite part about being a receptionist is that I get to have my own desk. In my foster home, I never had a desk. So it's like I don't mean that I didn't like my foster home. I did like it, I just didn't have a desk there. Did you have a favorite age? It's a lot between Erin and Michael Scott, which to be in a one-on-one scene with Steve Carell was just exhilarating. And I remember the day we shot the scene in the restaurant, it was just one of the most fabulous days of my life, because I got to spend all this one-on-one time with him and acting with him, and he was a hero of mine and still is. And so that was selfishly one of my favorite episodes. I also love Cafe Disco because it's so silly, and why are they all dancing downstairs? And Michael Scott keeps calling it espresso. And I love any scene, any episode where I'm called to dance, so that was a lot of fun. Erin and Andy were such a great couple because they were also a little bit on the outside of things, and so I think they shared that kind of worldview, and so putting them together, they were a couple oddballs together. So one of my favorite Andy-Erin scenes is actually, I think, the first episode I was in, the first or the second, and it also involves Dwight, because Erin, this rube, joins the office, and for some reason, I think just because she's new, Andy and Dwight are sort of dueling for her attention.
You finding everything okay?
Yeah.
Got some ice.
Nope, this is awkward.
Oops.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Whoops.
And I was so thrilled to be there in the first place, but it was really funny to play the comedy of that, not even love triangle, but just these two very strange characters dueling for this little rube's attention was a lot of fun to play.
Erin?
Yeah. Is there a follow-up question? Filming the finale was overwhelming because there were so many amazing guest stars, and also it was the end of the show. And I was a late arrival on the show, as I mentioned, so I think it was maybe a little mysterious to the rest of the cast why I broke down in tears basically every day. Everyone's like, I've only been here for 4 years, but okay. I'm an emotional woman. It's so amazing to see people respond to the show still now, especially younger people who were definitely too young when the show was actually on, but now can watch it in reruns. And I think what resonates with people is it's an infinitely relatable experience. It's whether you work, whether you're at school, everyone identifies these characters in their own lives. They're sort of portraits of people that they know personally. So there's a heart to the show. So it doesn't just feel like you're watching some kind of, sugary sweet show. You're watching something that has a lot of emotional depth to it. So I think that's what people respond to. And a lot of people, if they are talking about the show, have mentioned that it's helped them through a tough time, through an illness, or through a difficult time with a loved one. And I think this because I watched it before being on it. It's a healing show, and I think it's very powerful. And I'm glad that I got to be a part of that, but I'm glad that a show like that exists in the first place. Because you don't see a lot of shows like that these days.
And a big happy birthday, Ellie. Hope you're having a great day. That's going to do it for Popstar Plus today. Join us again tomorrow. We're going to be diving into the gripping new show, Anatomy of a Scandal. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching.
Hi, everyone, and
welcome to another Read with Jenna Book Club discussion. I am so excited because I get to be here to talk with you about one of my favorite books. It was our April book club pick called Memphis. And of course, I'm thrilled that Tara Stringfellow, the author of this novel, is joining us here in person. She is going to take us behind the scenes of writing this chilling and hopeful debut. Tara, I'm so happy you're here.
Thank y'all so much for having me.
Oh my gosh.
Such an honor.
I need more with you. But you know what's so interesting about this book is it's all about the history of this family.
Yes.
It gets like really into the relationships to who comes before us. And is it true that you had a professor that said, Tara, research your ancestry, find out what happened in your family, and write about it?
Yes, Reginald Gibbons, I call him Reg, at Northwestern University. This was actually a poem at first, a little narrative poem. And after he, edited the poem, he pushed it across the desk and he said, this should be a novel.
He said this should be a novel, but he said, so look into your family. So how did you?
Yes,
What did you do?
He told me, so Northwestern, thankfully, for all of us students, we have free ancestry accounts. So I went down to the Northwestern Library and I was able to pull my grandfather's draft card. And I found out he was a World War II hero.
Did you not know that previously?
I had no idea. So I got to call my mother and tell her that her father fought in World War II, was a hero. I found out he was part of a unit that liberated Buchenwald, the Nazi concentration camp. He saved the children.
Ugh.
And that's something.
And did that inspire this?
Yes.
Tell me how.
Oh my goodness. Well, when I heard that story, just in and of itself, I was blown away. I mean, the fact that he's a hero, an American hero, and I would come home to Memphis and not see any monuments made for him. And he came home from the war, he became the first black homicide detective in Memphis. Where are the monuments for him? So Memphis is my monument to him.
Let's talk a little bit more about the trajectory of your writing career. It wasn't linear.
No.
Although you did know from the time you were a little girl that you wanted to write.
Yes.
So talk to me about why you went into law, what happened, how you kind of reeled back, and if you feel like you're living your black fairy tale.
Oh, yes, definitely. No, I love being an attorney, and it helped me write. I can write anything now, but I knew it wasn't for me. I couldn't do that kind of work every day. I didn't feel whole at night, and I only feel whole when I have some paper and some pen.
Is that how you do it? Is that your process?
Oh yeah, I wrote this whole book on paper.
Okay, we're the same person. I do that too, and then did you go back?
And then I went to the computer. When it was ready, I sketched all my chapters out in a little moleskin journal that I have, and then I transfer it to the computer.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so when did you decide I'm gonna leave law?
I got into Northwestern's MFA program for poetry. None of the law firms in Chicago would let me be an attorney and then go to school at night for poetry. So they kind of pushed me out, and I took odd jobs. I was like a secretary for a while, just anything I could find. I ate dollar tacos and drank Yellowtail for years. And I wrote this book, and I went to school at night, much like Miriam in the book. And I went through my own divorce too, and kind of started over. And I've never been so happy. Writing in a little one-bedroom apartment, no money. I'd never been so completely myself, and so it paid off.
It did, and
we're here now.
Saying, Hoda and I were saying after you left, after you got off the air, that you are going to be the inspiration for so many who are, working in something that isn't inspiring them.
Yeah.
And that takes courage, though. We've got to talk about Memphis as a place.
That's my favorite thing to talk about.
As a place, I know that you just love it. That it's your essence of who you are, and I could feel that when you were talking about your little yellow door. But you've lived all over the world.
All over.
What brought you home?
Oh gosh, I mean, in a nutshell, kind of COVID. My mom's a nurse in Memphis, and I didn't want her, to be alone. And so I packed up and I moved back home July 2020 with everyone else during COVID. I didn't know if the book would ever see the light of day.
At that point, when you moved home, where was Memphis in its gestation? I mean, I don't know if I've ever used that, but where was it? Was it a draft? Was it an outline? Had you already written most of it?
I've written most of it, but then during the editing process, the draft that was submitted, we put that aside and I rewrote it. So during COVID, the start of COVID, March 2020, I rewrote this book in about 9-10 months, and I finished in August, and that's what we have in front of us.
Yeah.
I took COVID as an opportunity to create this.
So much of fear.
Yes.
In our country at that time. But one of the things that I keep telling everybody about this book is that, of course, it's about trauma that's passed down through generations.
Yeah.
But it's also about love, joy,
Joy.
and hope. And I wonder if some of that came out of the time you were writing it, came out of this time, which was a very hard time for our country in so many different ways.
Oh my goodness. My mother tells me all the time, she says, in times of extreme sorrow, we pray. And in times of extreme joy, we pray. And so Memphis was my prayer. You know, I wanted to actively pray, and that's how I do it with writing. And so, of course, it's hopeful. All of us poets are optimists. You know, we like to sit outside and look at trees and write. Of course, we're going to be happy. So I wanted every single page to have some sort of Black joy. Black sisterness and coming together. So I'm glad that's shown.
It did. Our stories, our origin stories, are what drive us. And you wouldn't have gotten to this incredible book without digging in.
No.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The dedication of this book, I read it on the air the other day.
I saw that. You did such a great job.
I read it because I saw it on Instagram. Somebody else posted it. And when I first received a copy of this book, the dedication took my breath away. I just couldn't believe how gorgeous it was. And it is a poem in so many ways. Do you mind reading it for us?
I would love to. It'd be an honor. Unfortunately, you know, George Floyd died while I was writing the book on May 30th. And my grandfather also was lynched on May 30th, but in 1960. And so I woke up that next day on the 31st, and I just I wrote the dedication in a sitting, a few minutes. I just knew it had to be to Miss Gianna Floyd. I wrote you a black fairy tale. And I understand if you're not ready to read it yet, or if your mama told you to wait a bit, that's just fine. This book ain't going nowhere. This book gonna be right here, whenever you want it. Whenever you get finished playing outside in that bright, beautiful world your daddy loved so much. Child, it's just right to set this aside. Lord knows, Not a soul on this earth gonna blame you for being out in it. Running, laughing, breathing.
Oh, I'm like, we need an audience in here to clap, but I'm sure at home y'all feel just as moved as me.
Oh, don't cry.
I know I am, but that is so beautiful.
Thank you
And
so
I wonder, I did know your grandfather's story, and you weave it in to this story.
Yeah.
So much of him is in this story. Talk about that, and if what it was like writing it, especially when in 2020 we're dealing with some of the same issues.
Yeah, it was remarkable finding his draft card. I felt like I stumbled upon an actual artifact, and my grandfather died when my mom, was little, and so I don't have anything of his. So I felt a connection to my grandfather, and I said, okay, you better write his chapters good, girl. Like, those better sing. So it was an incredible amount of pressure I felt, to do my family good, to bring some honor to our name. But it was also just a joy to write. It was cathartic. It felt like I was connecting myself to my roots and getting to know my family better.
Tell a little bit more about, for those who haven't read the book, his story very much mirrors.
Yes.
And the fact that he was a police chief.
Yeah.
And then went on to be lynched.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about that.
Oh, Lord. He's done so much for the city. In doing research, I found out that he caught a serial rapist in Memphis. He was in Jet magazine. There's a picture of him with he was an incredible force, and did so much good for Black folk down in Memphis. And, the fact that there's still so much mystery around his death and what happened. I wish I did know more about that. I could do a lot more research, honestly, with this book, but I had to kind of stop. and
also it's part of your story, but it obviously is a novel, so it's fictionalized. And so you needed also, did you feel like you needed the space?
Yeah, but also the primary documents were really helpful. There's a part in the book, I don't want to give too much away, where the neighborhood, I say, is all stands watch on the lawn. That is not fiction. When my grandfather died, all of Douglas came and they stood on the lawn all night, saluting the house.
Oh my God.
That's just the kind of neighborhoods we live in Memphis. Even my neighborhood, I live in North Memphis. My neighbors save my life every day. Honestly, like, I wouldn't be here.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We had so many people interested in the narrative of this book, and so I've got to ask some of their questions. Elise Wagner asked, which character from the family did you start writing first?
Ooh.
And whose voice did you enjoy writing the most? I loved that question.
Oh, who was the first? It was probably Della. You know, she was probably the first because, just how it's set up. She's probably.
Do you write chronologically? Is that how you write? Interesting.
I did.
And did you ever have to go back and think, okay, wait, did I cover
all the time?
Yeah. Because it spans decades.
Right.
And
70 years.
Yeah.
And so I had a great help. Katie Nishimoto, my editor at Penguin Random House, helped, divvy up the chapters and put them in some sort of lineage that builds tension and, makes it interesting. But Della was probably the first character I wrote. And then my favorite voice, that's hard. I mean, I love all of
Is there one that was easier to write for you or one?
Probably Maya.
Yeah.
Parlo Italiano. I speak Italian. So whenever Maya would speak Italian, I loved writing because I said, I don't need a translator. I got this.
We talked a little bit about Myron, in your own grandfather's story, but I wonder how Myron and Hazel's lives and deaths reverberate throughout the future of their generations. I mean, that is sort of when we talk about intergenerational trauma, which is something that's being studied a lot. How did they as sort of the founders, the matriarch and the patriarch of this family, how does it go down to all of the North family?
Well, I would say Della and Hazel, and even Myron. I feel as if Joan gets her love of art from Myron. He does the house and he paints it.
Yeah.
And he puts little notes into the wallpaper and things. So he's an artist too. So that's kind of where Joan's gift of art comes from. The fact that, Della is a seamstress, I think, really inspired Auntie August to open her own beauty shop and her own. They're all very pioneering, progressive women, self-made women, and that was purposeful. Memphis, as a city, has more Black and female-owned businesses, I think, than anywhere else in the country. So I really wanted to make sure my characters were self-made Black women, because most of my girlfriends in Memphis own their own business. Looking at them in awe, like how do y'all run a business? And they just do it every day. And I'm just so proud of Memphis women. So that's why they're all. I think that's what carries over the self-made pioneering spirit of the women.
You say there's a sliver of you in each of the characters.
I think so.
Each of these women that are just incredible. Can you quickly talk us through? I'm like, do you want me to get the family tree?
I know. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like Auntie August and I don't want to be bothered. I just want a cigarette and be in my kimono in my home. Like, who are these people? I leave. Sometimes I feel like Miriam in that I had to start over and leave my own marriage and go to school at night and put myself through it without any help, without any money. Sometimes I always feel like Joan when she's painting. I feel that way when I'm writing. I feel like Maya whenever I'm cutting up and getting into trouble and doing things I shouldn't be doing. So I feel like, all of the women are a part of me. It was really easy to write.
I was going to say, and it's really hard to choose your favorite character.
Oh, I can't choose.
So Corey S. asked, has writing Memphis been cathartic for you?
Oh, yeah.
Has it helped you to work through any past traumas?
Yes. I mean, all of writing does that for me. I can't even explain how I feel after I finished a poem.
Yeah.
It's bliss.
Yeah.
Like, I feel, everything makes sense. So whenever I take up a pen.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Feel a kind of way, but especially this book. You know, this is my first time writing fiction.
Yeah.
I've never written a short story.
Which is remarkable.
I've never written a short story. Like, I just said, hey, let me see what I can do. So a part of it was really fun.
Yeah.
You know, just writing for fun. I mean.
Well, and also I wonder too, because you were writing during a time where we were all separated. So I wonder if that's part of why there's so much community. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I don't know, but I do feel like you're going to look back and think, because of when you were writing this novel, that this is always going to, and it's also your first.
Yeah.
It's going to be special forever. I loved this question. I want to know if there's a particular playlist that you use to help you write about the bluff city so accurately. Memphis is so rich in music, so that would make sense.
I did create a Memphis playlist.
I think it's on our Read with Jenna Instagram.
So I say go look through that. But then while I was writing the book, and even today, this morning in your green room, I was just listening to opera. I love Maria Callas. She calms me down, and I listen to opera when I was studying for the bar. When I'm writing, I listen to opera. There's just something about opera for me.
You're a true Renaissance woman. I'm like, what do you not do? That's amazing. And the Memphis playlist is so good, by the way.
I love it.
So go to our Instagram page, because I think it's like a great way to look at the music that makes Memphis so special.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we think about sisterhood in this book and where we are as a country, I wonder. You say this is a Black fairy tale, and there is so much joy in it. How much farther do we have to go, and what can we do to make sure we're supporting our communities and each other?
Goodness.
I know that's a big question, but I feel like if anybody can answer it, it's you.
I'll try. Where can we go as a country? You know, I'm reminded often of the Martin Luther King quotation, you know, when the history books are written, the historians will have to look back and say there lived a great peoples, a peoples with fleecy locks and dark skin, but a peoples who injected new meaning into the veins of civilization, a people who have saved Western civilization at her darkest hour. And I tried to do that with Memphis. I tried to inject new meaning into the veins of the Western canon. I wanted just for a moment for all of literature to look at Black women as women, not as a stereotype or a caricature, but a character, a full-bodied, three-dimensional human being, because that's what we are. I don't know if I've done that.
You've done that.
And I don't know what America has to do some work.
Yeah.
We have to do some work.
Yeah.
But I think we are, and having this conversation in and of itself is doing the work.
I wonder, like, who has inspired you to take now, look at you, you're part of this incredible group of writers who are changing the narrative. So tell me.
Well, you know, I grew up reading poetry.
Yeah.
So a lot of my favorite, people are poets. So Nikki Giovanni, Sonia Sanchez, Lucille Clifton, Carolyn Rogers. Those are really the women who kind of did it for me. I love Harlem Renaissance poetry too. So County Cullen, Langston Hughes. Frank Horn. I love poetry. I know I should come up here and talk about novels, but I mean, as a little girl, I was obsessed with L.M. Montgomery. I read every single thing that woman has ever read. I just thought I was Anne. You know?
Okay, we have a couple more questions that I want to get to. So, Catherine C. asked, the characters you create in Memphis are so rich in depth and in strength, which is true. Who are some women who've inspired you?
That's easy, my mom.
Yeah.
You know, she took off work today just to be able to watch the show, but she's usually asleep because she works 14-hour shifts, 3 shifts in a row. I don't know how the woman does and saves lives every day. Like, it makes what I do seem very, very minimal. So my mother is a huge, and she put herself through school. And in the book, she raises 2 children, but in real life, she raised 3.
Wow.
On her own. You know, driving a van across country with us.
Wow.
To start over.
So some of that story is based on your mom.
Yeah, and just seeing her, she'd fall asleep at night on top of her nursing books, and I'd see her and I'd put a quilt over her and make breakfast for everybody the next day. So she's a huge inspiration.
What did she think when she read Memphis?
She read it in a night.
Wow.
And she called me in the middle of the night. I was in the Outer Banks, and she called me, and she was just crying. She said, I didn't think that you'd remember. I hope she's proud.
I'm sure she's beyond proud. Shakita Moore, and we don't have that much time, but I want to get to this question. I think I know, but just to kind of wrap it up in some ways, she wanted to say, what or who inspired you to write this book?
I mean, all of Black women in Memphis, really, especially us Southern women. And I really wanted to make a gift for us. I wanted something that'll be on the shelf for hundreds of years to honor the women in my city. They're so hardworking, so driven, so passionate, and just beautiful people. Like the women of Douglas, the women on Chelsea, on Jackson, off Poplar. Those women have always made this country great.
Okay, we're gonna finish here. August once says to Joan, she says, free, a Black woman hasn't ever known the meaning of that word, my love. But by the end of the novel, Joan says, contrary to what August told her, that she does feel free. Why end the book that way? And I wonder if writing, you know, how do you feel as a Black woman living in our country?
Oh, wow. Well, I wanted to talk about freedom from the perspective of Black women. I feel like when freedom is talked about, even, you know, it's always very male driven, like freedom. But, you know, but we engage in freedom too. And what does it mean to be free? Yes, I feel free in this country. It's been a hard road, but I live in a Black city, in a Black neighborhood, and so I feel very comfortable, you know. But it's taken some time. It has, and I think we still, again, have a long way to go in making sure that every Black woman feels free, not just me. You know, I still come from a very entitled place, you know, and. Lord, what do we all have to do in order to that? But I think it's our American duty for every American to say, I am free in this country and feel it.
Does writing help give you that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm doing what I'm made to do. I do feel like that I was put here on this earth for a purpose. And I'm fulfilling it. I can't believe I'm here with you today. I woke up like, am I dreaming? Like I go to sleep at night. I have dreams about the book. I wake up and it's happening. So I'm very blessed. This is a huge blessing for me. And I do have to say thank you. You've done, not just me, but the city of Memphis, a great honor today, so I appreciate it.
When you just said it's all our duty, you're fulfilling it by writing this incredible story, this beautiful narrative filled with hope and joy. And I just am so in love with this book. I want to thank you so much for writing it, putting it out into the world. So many have read it and loved it. And I just want to thank you for being here,
so
Tara.
much. I appreciate it.
And I want to thank all of our Read with Jenna followers out there. Have a great day, everybody. Follow us on Instagram so you can get Tara's playlist. And a special thank you to Xfinity, who paid to produce this program. Xfinity and today's parent company, NBC Universal, are both owned by Comcast. Keep on reading, everybody, and thank you so much for being here today.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Now, everybody loves a hearty meal.
But when the cooking is done, nobody loves doing dishes.
So today, we're making 3 delicious recipes that all come together in just one pot.
I'm making a one-pan chicken pot pie with some of my favorite spring veggies.
I'm whipping up Tuscan-style tortellini soup.
And I'm making my flavor-packed, Thai-inspired green curry noodles.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
Growing up, it was always a treat for me and my siblings to make frozen chicken pot pies when my parents were out to dinner and we had to fend for ourselves. And today I will be making a more grown-up version of this classic comfort food. This recipe has some of my favorite veggies and I know your whole family will absolutely love it. So the first thing we're gonna do is get our onion going. Look at that stunning dice. Move those onions off to the side to prep the rest of our veg. This is fennel, gorgeous, gorgeous fennel. Bulb, fronds, and the stems, okay? So I really love using fennel in honestly any kind of cooking. I promise you, all of that anise flavor is going to mellow out beautifully once it hits the pan. We have these fronds here. We're gonna just give them a nice rough chop. So we've taken the stem off, and then I'm going to cut it in half, like so. We'll go from the top to the back, like so. And then rock it through from the back to the front. Let's quickly do our celery. And the theme here is green. I don't know if you can tell. All green veggies, that's what we're working with today. Okay, finally our garlic clove. And you also don't have to worry about chopping this too fine. So let's get to sauteing. We are going to add in a nice hunk of unsalted butter. We are also going to add in some olive oil. Once it is all melted and as it starts bubbling like so, that is when we know to add in our veggies. These will all go in at the same time. These veggies were really running away from me here. Okay. We want these veggies to break down, to caramelize a bit, to develop their flavor. And while that is going, we are going to get to work on the rest of our veggies, because believe it or not, we are adding even more vegetables to this already full vegetation experience. All right, so next up we have our kale. This is lacinato kale, also known as dinosaur kale. It is flat, it's not as crazy and curly like curly kale. And my favorite way to prepare it is I will take the bottom, right where the stem is, grab either side, and then take my finger and pull that stem right through. And there you go. Okay, so while this is going, we are actually going to add even more flavor with some fresh thyme. And then what we're gonna do is we're just going to bunch it on up in pieces, slice it thin, just like so. How about that? Fabulous. We're gonna get to work on our chicken. A great shortcut that I love to do is I love to use a rotisserie chicken. I am pulling off this skin just because we don't necessarily need it, and we can chop this up. My siblings prefer white meat, and I prefer dark meat with chicken, so it's good. We'll have a little for me and then the rest for my sibbies. Okay, looking good. So now that our veggies are ready to rock, it is time to create what I like to call an almost roux. So we are just going to add in this all-purpose flour, but it's really important when you add in flour to a pot pie, to anything as a thickening agent, that you take the time to cook the flour down. So we want to just keep cooking this down for about 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, it's time to thicken this up. We're gonna start by doing 1 cup of the stock. We wanna make sure that all of this flour breaks down. And now what we wanna do is we wanna bring this to a simmer to continue thickening it a bit more. Next up, we are going to add in our kale to wilt it and to also thicken up our mixture a bit. And now that this looks nice and thick, we're going to add in our final ingredients: our peas, our fennel fronds, and our chopped up chicken. This is my favorite thing to do with a homemade pot pie. I love using puff pastry, store-bought. I'm taking a little bit of all-purpose flour and just giving it a nice light dusting. Open it on up. This is 1 sheet of puff pastry. We're gonna give this 1 more light dusting of flour. Take your rolling pin. The main thing here is to make sure that you roll it out so that it fits whatever pan you are working with. And we're just going to fold it, bring our pan over, lift it up, and then open it up like a book and dress it right over the top. You're cute, you're gorgeous. I love ya. We wanna make sure that we have about 1 inch around our cast iron. And you can just trim the corners off of that pastry. I have egg wash right here. And the reason why we're popping this onto the top and brushing it over the top of our pastry is because if we don't, what's gonna happen is our pastry is gonna end up looking a little sad. So we're just taking a pastry brush and really delicately brushing that egg wash over the top and the sides of the pastry. Okay, we wanna make sure it has some ventilation. You wanna make sure that you have at least 3, maybe 4, right in the center of that pie so that steam can escape. And then my favorite little extra layer of pizzazz is to take some flaky salt and sprinkle it over the top of this pot pie. So this is going to go into the oven for about 25 to 30 minutes, and just check about halfway through. Oh man. Our pot pie has cooled. We want it to cool for about 10 minutes after it comes out of the oven. And now there's only one thing left to do. Slice it up and give it a taste. And then we're gonna give this a nice big scoop. Oh yeah. Look at that. It is unbelievable how food can instantly transport you back to a moment. It is just bursting with spring beauty and energy. I love it. One more bite, because we deserve it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I absolutely love Italian food, just like everybody else. It's so comforting and it always tends to hit the spot. Now with minimal prep, my tortellini soup is just a thing to make at the end of a long day because it's just in one pot. All right, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna fire up the big pot that you have in your kitchen. I'm gonna set it onto a medium-high heat. Next, we're gonna move on to the sausage. This is spicy Italian sausage. I think it adds a lot of flavor. Just remove the casing from the sausage. Well, sticky little thing, isn't it? Then we're just gonna put this right into the pan right now. Squeeze that sausage right on out, right into that pot. Right now, I'm breaking up the meat so that way it'll be dispersed. It'll cook a little bit faster. Let's move on to chop up our veggies. So I've got some onion here. We're just gonna dice this up, slice it in half. And you can do generous chunks. Here we go. Moving on, we got some fresh tomatoes here. Gonna dice these up as well. All right, and you know what? I'm thinking our sausage is about finished. Yeah, it's great. It's got a great color on there. We're gonna take a slotted spoon and we're gonna remove the sausage because we don't wanna take out the oil. We want the oil from that sausage to help out with the flavor. There we go. Now, since there's not a lot of oil left after the sausage, I am gonna add in just a little bit of olive oil. I'm gonna add in my onions, I'm gonna saute those. You know I am a garlic lover, and if you love Italian food, you gotta be a garlic lover too. Now, got some carrots here. Because they're so small, I'm not gonna peel them, I'm just gonna begin to dice them up as well. But just make sure you wash your carrots. Give that a nice stir. All right. In goes the garlic. Slide that on in. Give it another stir. And we're gonna cook this for about 1 minute. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna deglaze the bottom of this pot. We're gonna do that with some red wine because we're fancy here in the Today All Day kitchen. So grab your favorite red wine. I'm gonna be using a blend, and we're gonna add about a half a cup. There we go. And if you wanna toast yourself during this recipe, I won't judge you. That's your business. Let this simmer down. And in go the tomatoes. I'm gonna let the tomatoes rest in here with the onions and the red wine and garlic. Let that simmer for a minute. I'm gonna finish preparing the rest of our veggies. Basil. I'm gonna roll them up, stack the leaves. just gonna just like this. Beautiful. That should be enough. I'm gonna reserve some too for garnish at the very end. Check back in on our tomatoes and onions and look at this. You can see how thick it is. It's kind of slushy. That's exactly the texture that we want. I think this looks good. What about y'all? Yeah, Kev, it looks real good. Okay, let's start to bring everything else together. I'm gonna add in some oregano. Adding back in the sausage as well. Give this a good stir. And then our stock, pour it in. This is some chicken stock. Another pinch of salt, some black pepper, and lastly, I'm gonna sprinkle in some basil. Boom. Do we want some heat? Yeah, Kev, we want the heat. Bring the heat. All right, some red pepper. Boom. I'm gonna crank up the heat so that it comes to a boil, and then as soon as it starts to boil, you're gonna wanna reduce the heat down to a simmer.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're gonna take some kale. All I'm doing is folding the kale over, and I'm gonna take out the big stem. Take it at the very top, and just drag the knife along the stem. Comes right out. And then just do a chop. Just like this. This is great. Still simmering. Ready, in, go. The kale. Beautiful. And this is some cheese-filled tortellini. I'm gonna cook this for about 5 minutes. You can cover and let this simmer. All right, I think this is done. I'm gonna turn off the heat of our pot, and we're gonna plate this amazing one-pot Tuscan tortellini soup. And this soup deserves the good bowls, okay? I'm just gonna say that. It deserves it. Get a big scoop. Oh yeah. We've got the color from the carrots, color from the kale, and color from the tomatoes. Beautiful. Let's garnish. Pepper. A little bit of dried oregano, if you want some. Beautiful. Basil. There we go. And look at this. Holy smokes. Cannot wait to devour this soup. Oh my Lord, that is a delicious soup. Now, I'm not team soup only in the wintertime. I'm team soup all year long. you want to come home to a nice warm hug. This is it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I know making a curry from scratch might sound intimidating, but I promise it's actually pretty easy. After trying this recipe, you may never go back to that jarred stuff. I'm gonna kick things off with my curry paste. Traditionally, this is made in a mortar and pestle, but this girl is busy, so we're gonna put everything in a food processor and it comes out just great. So we're gonna first start with some coriander stems. So get those right into the food processor. Then we're gonna use one small shallot or half of this large one here. And I like to quarter it so it's easier to blend up in the food processor. So get that right in. And then we're gonna use 4 cloves of garlic. 1 Thai green chili. You could just take the stem right off like this. And you could cut this in half if you'd like so it's easier to blend. And then we're gonna use 1-inch piece of fresh ginger. Fresh is key. The traditional ingredient in this is usually galangal, but it's not readily available, so ginger is the next best substitute. And the best way to peel ginger is using a spoon, because if you run your spoon right against the meat of the ginger, the peel comes right off. How cool is that? So pop that right in. Next, we want half a stalk of fresh lemongrass. I'm just gonna give this a rough chop. And we're gonna get that beautiful lemongrass right in. I'm using 1 fresh lime. Let's get that all in. So then we wanna just cut this in half. You can use your hand or a little citrus squeezer and give it a good squeeze. And we have a few more remaining ingredients. We want some toasted cumin seeds and some toasted coriander seeds. Then we want to add a pinch of white pepper. This is deceiving. White pepper is quite spicy, so a pinch is more than enough. And then a pinch of kosher salt. And we're gonna whiz this up. And just keep pulsing. Okay, so I think we're good. So I'm gonna get it out into a bowl and then I'm gonna grab my veggies, tofu, and noodles for the rest of my recipe. So we've had our tofu here sitting in some paper towel. We've pressed it, so you'll notice that it's a little bit drier from when you open the package. So I like small cubes because I want them to be bite-sized and able to fit on my spoon or fork. Plus, if you make them smaller, then they'll cook better and crisp up. Okay, the next step is tossing them in some cornstarch. So you just want to lightly coat them. Great. So let's turn our skillet on. And we're gonna wanna get this to about a medium-high heat. Coat the bottom with some neutral cooking oil. I'm gonna start giving them a flip. This is what you want. This is gonna be flavor packed. These are looking great. You could see the color, the crisp. So I'm gonna get them removed and then start prepping my veg. First, I'm gonna slice my onion. We're just using a medium to large yellow onion. So I'm gonna do a quick slice on each half. So our onion is done. And next we wanna do one long red chili. These actually aren't that spicy, but they're gonna add a lot of flavor and they're gonna look beautiful against the green curry. So we're just gonna give a quick slice on this, just basically thin circles. Great. And next we wanna slice a green bell pepper. This one's a big one. So cut this in half. And I just like to scoop out the center to clean it up. And then similarly, we're just going to run our knife through it like the way we did for the onion. Great. And lastly, we have some carrot. We're gonna try doing this julienne because I like it to match the onions and the peppers. Okay? And now the one pan or pot magic begins. So we're gonna take the same pan that we used to crisp up our tofu in. While that's heating up, we're gonna coat it with a little bit more of that neutral oil. And now I'm gonna add in all of my veggies. Whew, I always love that sizzle. Okay. So we wanna saute it for about 5 minutes or so. And to help with the process, we're gonna add in a bit of salt. The salt is gonna help release all of the moisture in the vegetables. Now that our onions are looking a little bit translucent, it's time for our curry paste. It smells so good. We're gonna let this cook down for about 3 to 4 minutes. Once you notice that the vegetables have softened and it's browning on the bottom, it's time for our liquids. So we're gonna add in about 2 cups of water. And some full-fat coconut milk. And now is when we add our green peas. Stir this all together, and then we wanna bring this to a slow simmer. So while we wait for our curry to come to a slow simmer, I wanna talk about the noodles. So I'm actually using edamame noodles, which are noodles made out of edamame beans. They're super delicious and they're a beautiful green color. Okay, so our curry is simmering. So now it's time to add our noodles. You just wanna make sure all the noodles have some moisture on them. They're all covered with the liquid. Great. Then we're gonna cover it and let it cook for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna clean up some of these bowls and get ready to taste. Okay, so our noodles have been simmering for about 5 minutes, so let's give it a check. These will look so good. Notice that all the liquid has reduced, but it's still nice and saucy, and the veggies are still vibrant in color. All right, let's get it plated. So beautiful. I love the way the carrots look in this because they really add that pop of color. Okay, now for our tofu. We haven't forgotten about that. So they've actually cooled off here, which is great because now they're nice and crispy. And then we're gonna add some of our garnishes. So we have some fresh lime, some fresh coriander, and we reserved some of our fresh red chili. Look at this. Can you believe this was made in only one pan? I just have to give this a taste. Are you kidding me? It's like I'm walking the streets of Bangkok. It's so vibrant, it's so fragrant. You should always eat with your eyes first, and this is certainly a dish that I'm eating with my eyes first.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones. Today we're celebrating Women on the Move, exploring how women have used movement to empower themselves and their communities over the last 70 years. We'll take a look at how exercise changes throughout a woman's life, from puberty to menopause. Plus, we'll learn what surprising item inspired the design of the first sports bra, and the best ways to eat before, during, and after a workout. And we'll introduce you to a new fitness platform that's making room for everyone to get moving. This is Women on the Move. Although today it's common to see a woman heading to the gym or out for a jog, it's still a relatively new phenomenon, a movement decades in the making. From jogging and jazzercise to Pilates and HIIT. Over the years, women have celebrated their bodies through exercise. But it hasn't always been this way.
In the 1950s and 1960s, exercise was considered pretty taboo for women. There were fears that it could damage her or actually make her uterus fall out, and sweat was considered taboo and unladylike.
Thanks to the work of dozens of fitness visionaries like Bonnie Pruden, Lottie Burke, and Jane Fonda, women were excited to get up and move.
Now go into toe steps. Lift your heels up.
As fitness for women became more accepted, it also became more expected.
There are so many kind of implicit messages being sent to girls and women from a very young age that to be a woman is to be forever working on your body and to view your body as a project.
And the community has not always encouraged everybody to participate.
Women's fitness has a history of catering to mostly white, middle to upper class women. But everyone deserves to have access to the truly beneficial things that fitness can do for our mental, physical, and emotional health.
The lessons learned through exercise empower other areas of women's lives.
Strength begets strength. When you feel physically empowered, when you feel good in your own skin, that can translate to how you make your way in the world.
Whether you like to run, dance, or stretch in your home, in the park, or at the gym, women have found their favorite ways to break a sweat.
I think we're really at the beginning of a moment where we're learning to harness exercise in a way that's truly about feeling good and feeling strong.
Using exercise to harness our power. I love that. All right, let's talk a little bit. Joining us now is OBGYN Dr. Camila Phillips, the founder of Cala Women's Health in New York City. And she's here to explain why exercise is so important at different points in a woman's life. Thank you for talking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
So we know that a woman's body continues to change over time, but we should be exercising all throughout. So let's break it down into puberty, pregnancy, and then menopause. We'll start with puberty, if you will. When girls go through puberty, their bodies change, and they've noticed, teachers have noticed, and experts have noticed, that's when a girl almost pulls back sometimes. Before, she's running all over the place, running around the playground, and then she starts to get a little self-conscious. She may not want to exercise. How do we push through that? Why is it so important for teenage girls to stay active?
Right. Puberty is such an awkward time for so many young people. I remember it myself, just feeling strange in your own body. So being active is really important in helping them reconnect. And I like to think outside the box with activity. It doesn't have to be running. It can be soccer, basketball, contact sports, really thinking outside for them to help them engage in different parts of their body. It helps them maintain a sense of pride and enthusiasm about what wellness and strength can be, and that they embody that.
And you're a doctor, so for girls having cramps, exercise I know can help, right?
Right. It's really important to remember that when we work out, your body releases an amazing assortment of endorphins, which are natural pain painkillers. And so before we go to reach for some pill, you know, sometimes moving your body, jogging around the block, doing a dance party in your living room can help release those endorphins and help with menstrual pain.
I love that. All right, let's talk about pregnancy, another big life event, if you will. Exercise. I know it certainly depends on the woman, so you definitely need to check with your doctor. One of my pregnancies, I was walking all over the place. My sister's like working out when she's pregnant. My twins, I couldn't even walk, so good night, everybody. But what's the thought when it comes to exercise and pregnancy?
Well, we've really had a paradigm shift as it relates to being active in pregnancy. So the days of laying on the couch are no more. We encourage women who are having normal, safe pregnancies to get out there and move your body. It helps reduce the risk of C-section, gestational diabetes, and hypertension, and really can help with the marathon of labor.
Are there any exercises that you shouldn't do when you're pregnant?
So you really want to use your best judgment. Anything that involves contact is probably not the best idea. So soccer, basketball, those kind of things. You can do a stationary bike because your risk of falling is minimal, but you want to use your best judgment. Swimming, low impact exercises are best.
And what about post-pregnancy? What would you say?
Exercise is key post-pregnancy. So when you're active while you're pregnant, it helps your recovery postpartum. Women who have gained the extra weight tend to lose it faster. It helps with your mental health and warding off postpartum depression because you're still staying active and engaging, and also can help with toning your core and getting back to your regular clothes.
All right, so now I think I'm in the, what am I, almost 44? There's perimenopause and then menopause. And it gets harder, frankly, to lose the weight or to try to stay fit. But what's your advice once a woman starts to go through menopause? Like, I understand you recommend that they start using weights, for example.
I think a lot of women are often very afraid of picking up weight.
I am sometimes. Well, because I'm for, you know, you're worried about bulking up.
Yes. Even a 5, 10, 15 pound weight is going to help you maintain your muscle and really tone. A lot of women complain of extra unintentional weight gain, and that's what weights are going to help you do. Also, picking up weights are going to maintain your bone health, which is super critical when you're menopausal. Osteopenia, osteoporosis, where the bones weaken and can actually fracture, it's a big deal. And so weight-bearing exercises, including picking up some weights, are going to be great.
So have you, obviously you have, and doctors have seen the difference. Is it preventable? So let's say in your family you have a history of either osteoporosis, or you see some folks in your family who are dealing with those issues. If you start now, can you perhaps avoid what feels like inevitable?
You might be able to ward it off, but that is a risk factor, having a family history of it. And so paying attention to it early, recognizing it early, and intervening with weights is definitely going to do you well.
Okay, such good advice. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, coming up, now we're inspired. Learn how 3 friends transformed the way women exercise forever. And later, tips on how to fuel your body before, during, and after that workout that we promised to do. All that and more just ahead on Wellness Today.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We are back with Women on the Move. For many women, the idea of doing a workout without a good sports bra seems impossible. But in the late 70s, that wasn't the case until 3 women came together to invent this groundbreaking essential. The jogging craze of the 70s got Lisa Lindahl up and running, but the new exercise made one thing painfully clear.
So were you working out one day in college and you said, you know what, this regular bra just isn't working?
I had started running. I loved it. It literally changed my life. And the only uncomfortable part about it was my bouncing boobs, frankly.
Regular bras just weren't supportive enough for fitness for women with larger chests. So Lisa turned to her childhood friend, Polly Palmer Smith, and her colleague, Hinda Miller, both costume designers, to build a better bra. But they weren't having any luck until Lisa's husband put a jockstrap on his chest as a joke.
My then husband came down the stairs and said, "Hey ladies, here's your jock bra." We thought that was so funny, and so I took it off of him and pulled it on myself, and I went, "Polly, I'm not moving."
Oh my gosh.
Polly took 2 jock straps and sewed them together, and that design informed the final product, which they called the jog bra.
And our goal was to make it a climb-in bra, no hooks, no straps that would fall off. So that was my mission.
While Polly became an Emmy Award-winning costume designer, Lisa and Hinda ran the booming jog bra business for more than a decade.
It grew because women were demanding products that supported them in their new active life.
So it was the 1-2 punch of Title IX and the sports bra that allowed girls and women to really step up and step into their own power.
We have the crisscross straps in the back.
Now, the jog bra resides in the National Museum of American History's collections, in part because of the invention's impact on women.
Gave them freedom of movement. It allowed them to, do more vigorous exercise. This opened up a lot of areas for them that they didn't feel comfortable in before.
But for the inventors of the first sports bra, it's seeing women succeed in sports and embrace fitness that makes them proud.
That was the mission of Jog Bra. No matter what your size, shape, or age, every woman and girl deserves the benefits of exercise and fitness.
I had the best time talking with Lisa, Hinda, and Polly. By the way, they were inducted into the National Inventors Hall of Fame for creating the jog bra, and you can see it on display at the Smithsonian National Museum of American History starting in 2023. Well deserved. So now that we know how the sports bra was invented, here's the big question for us today. How do we find one that fits? So joining us now is Self Magazine's editor-in-chief, Lita Shai, to share tips on keeping the girl supported. Hi.
Hi, Chanel.
I just think this is so fantastic. I have to be honest, I was born in '78. The sports bra in my mind has always been. So to see these women who actually, started it.
Exactly.
It's
they're
pretty
they're
cool.
the reason why we were able to work out with confidence.
Exactly. All right, so let's talk about why, first of all, it's so important for women to find the right sports bra.
Right. So when it comes to finding the right fit, it's not just about how you feel, but also your confidence level. So I think a really important thing to remember is if we're wearing the right clothes and we're feeling good about what we're working out in, we're going to have a good workout. And I think that's really important. Mm-hmm. But also, if you have the wrong fitting bra, it can lead to things like breast pain, which is just not good for anyone, but that can lead to kind of some long-term issues.
Yeah, you can be sore.
You can be sore during your workouts. Fit is really important.
So on that note, we have 3 different mannequins here with some different things to think about when you're purchasing a sports bra. So with this one, pretty basic, but what do we need to know?
So this one, when you're really looking for a sports bra, it's important to be able to try it out in the dressing room if you can, but if you're shopping online, really look for the 3 types of support. So there's low impact, medium impact, and high impact. And this is a good example of a low impact bra. So, it's got some straps right here. It's got it's keeping you supported, but it's not more like, it's not
locked
everything in. Exactly.
Yeah. So if you're a little heavier chested, you need a little bit more support. I didn't realize you could buy one that looks almost like a bra.
Yeah, so this is called an encapsulated bra. There's different versatility this is a more compression bra, or because we don't have one here, but kind of what we would think of the uniboob look. This one is if you like to kind of keep your cups separate. It's got some styles in the back where you can make it into a racer back. But style is really important when you are searching for a bra because there are so many different types out there that it's it can be hard to find the right fit for you. And I think what's important about shopping for a bra is to always put it on, try it, see how it feels. Where does it fit on your rib cage? Is it hard to breathe? Is it easy to breathe? Is it too constricting? All of those things are really important.
I put on and I just jump.
Yeah, you gotta jump. Yeah, exactly.
See how it goes.
Exactly.
All right, so last but not least, full disclosure. I told her, I'm like, do I want a corset vibe? But you brought up a really good point, though. Sometimes
vibes going on, right?
Yes, but sometimes they're hard to get off. So this takes that away.
Exactly. So a lot of people, after a workout, you're really sweaty. You don't actually, the idea of just going like this is not so great. So a lot of people really like front zippers, front clasps, some back clasps. This is a good example of that. And this one is actually really great for people with larger chests. It's a high impact bra. It keeps everything in. You can jump around. You can do a lot of movement.
Yeah, like as it goes all the way up.
Exactly.
You're in there. The girls are in there.
Yep.
Really quickly, how often should you replace it and washing with some of your sports bras?
You know what? I'm not sure how much you should wash it. Probably every single time you wear it.
But as far as the care, hand wash, probably.
Hand wash. Put it in a garment bag. As long as you are feeling comfortable in your bra, there's no breast pain. I think you can keep your bra as long as you like it.
Okay. Lita, thank you. Good things to keep in mind. All right, coming up, a registered dietitian breaks down what you should eat to fuel your best workout. And later, a new kind of movement platform that inspires so much more than just a good sweat. Right after this.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back to Wellness Today, Women on the Move. Here to teach us a few ways we can use food as our fuel to add a boost to our workouts is registered dietitian Vanessa Rossetto. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. So excited.
So let's dig in a little bit. First of all, let's talk about 3 factors that we should all consider when we're planning our meals during the day.
Yeah, so 3 factors we want to consider are the duration, the intensity, and the time of day.
Okay.
So if you're going to exercise at 5 o'clock in the morning, a lot of people don't really feel very great eating right away, right?
Absolutely.
It's like, it's hard, right? Because if you're getting up at 5, you're probably going to work out at like 5:15. So you want to think about, what did you eat the night before? If you're properly fueled from the night before, then you should be fine to sustain your workout. And then after you eat, you probably want to wait about 20 minutes, and you should just have a regular breakfast: protein, fat, carbohydrate. So if we look over here, we can see, right? We have a slice of toast. That's a carb.
So this right here would be before a workout. One or the other?
You could have after the workout, and you could also probably have before if you so choose, but I would suggest waiting 30 to 60 minutes just because it might not make your stomach feel really great. So you want to pay attention to that. But you could have this slice of toast, peanut butter, you've got protein, you have fat, you have carbohydrate. You could also have oatmeal. It has the exact same thing. You just want to think, if you want to have that extra protein in the oatmeal and you're making the oatmeal with water, then you would add a peanut butter or maybe
So it seems like you need the carbs, protein, and a little bit of fat. Totally. You need it all. And I think in our minds, a lot of us think, okay, no fat. Or no carbs. You know, we constantly try to figure it out.
But if we had them all together, it helps to slow down that digestion and helps keep you full until the next meal. So you're not constantly looking for the next meal because you're properly fueled.
And then 30 to 60 minutes, would you say, before you work out?
Yeah, because, you know, moving around, jumping around, it might make you not feel well. If you're somebody who you're not affected, by all means, have at it, but it just depends on who you are.
So let's talk about staying hydrated during a workout. Is just good old-fashioned water not enough, or do you need a little extra oomph?
Well, it just depends, right? If I'm training for the New York City Marathon in August, New York City in August is very warm, right? So I would need more than just water.
But what about just the average Joe watching this morning, or not Joe, or well, you can be a Joe too. Or Julia.
So how hydrated are you? Are you somebody who drinks alcohol at night? You might be more dehydrated. Did you have coffee? So you want to be paying attention to that.
What are these things?
Right, so we've got water here is fine. You could also have powdered electrolyte water or just a Noon tablet. And
What's that? I don't even know what that is.
A Noon tablet is electrolyte, so it's just going to help you stay more hydrated. And if you don't want to spend money or have these things in your house, good old-fashioned table salt will do the same trick.
Really?
Yes.
What, in your water?
Yeah, in your water.
Just a little bit?
Just a little bit, just a pinch. It's going to help you with hydration. It's going to help your muscles, so you don't have to go through this exercise of spending extra cash on electrolyte water.
Learn something every day. All right, let's talk about after your workout. I asked her, full disclosure, if it's true after you work out, if you eat a meal, like your body's like burning it. And she said, no, that's not true. So talk about what we should eat after a workout.
Yeah, so okay, here's the thing. When you exercise, your muscles are depleted of glycogen, which is their energy store. So you want to make sure that you definitely have eaten something so that you're not using all the muscles that you've been building. So that makes sense. But how are ways for you to replenish and recover? So we have blueberries here. That's like the best recovery. And also,
why is that?
It's just because the antioxidants help with the muscles. So runners do this, cyclists. And then you want to add some cheese to it because there's protein there. So it's going to help spare your muscles. And then also a really good recovery drink, the best recovery drink, is chocolate milk. It has electrolytes. It has calcium. It has magnesium. It has phosphorus. So again, it helps with your hydration. It helps keep your muscles boosted. And also it's going to help you feel full.
You know what? It's so funny because we've been trained, and it's not right, but to think chocolate milk or cheese, like some of these things are bad, but it just goes to show.
Yeah. We don't have to omit any food, and we don't need to vilify these foods. If they work for you, you should definitely have them. And it also makes things like different and exciting. So think about if you had worked out maybe in the middle of the day and it's not quite ready for lunch, you could have a chocolate milk as a snack, and that's going to feel good, and you're not going to feel so hungry and peckish maybe later on at night.
What's your thought on counting calories, or calories in versus calories out?
Not all calories are created equal. If you want to think about 96 calories of beer versus 96 calories of chicken are going to be digested entirely different way. So calories in, calories out is very old, but nutrition is a new science. We only started studying it maybe 80 years ago, so we're still always learning. And that was something that we thought was true, in the mid-50s, 60s, 70s, but now we know that's not entirely the story. So I don't think counting calories is the way, but really making sure that you have protein, fat, and carb at every meal is going to help you stay full, and then you don't have to be so hyper-focused on the calorie. But what does the makeup of the plate look like? Do you have fiber? Do you have fat? Are you enjoying your food? Those are things that are going to help you in the long run, not overeat or binge later on in the day.
It almost too sounds like this whole show is about health and wellness. Just being mindful of what you're putting in, even with these things, even before you work out, all of these things, it's well thought out. But you see all of the groups here.
Totally. And also what's right for you is not right for me.
Yeah.
There's so many factors.
Vanessa Rossetto, thank you so much. All right, when we come back, actor Allison Stoner's new fitness platform that will inspire all of us to get moving right here on Wellness Today.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News App. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News App.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Women on the Move. You may recognize Allison Stoner from her roles in Step Up and Cheaper by the Dozen. Now her latest project with her sister Corey O'Neill is disrupting the wellness space with movement classes to help improve not only physical health, but emotional and mental well-being too. I got a chance to sit down with them to learn more about Movement Genius and an inclusive and empowering platform. Take a look.
And starting with your feet, go ahead and tighten the muscles in your feet by curling your toes downward. And now exhale and suddenly release all the tension completely.
So we are currently at the annual Youth Wellness Summit with the Society for the Prevention of Teen Suicide. And Movement Genius is teaching students some different stress relief techniques that they can use to support their mental health.
We first built Movement Genius thinking this would be for young people. But really, this is for everyone with a body.
Historically, wellness has been built by and for a very narrow set of bodies. So right off the bat, we wanted to make sure that we're collaborating with practitioners and experts who embody all lived experiences, all kinds of body types, preferences, needs, so that you can see wellness for everyone.
Just like your mind, your body is remembering all of your experiences every day. The high moments, the low moments.
It's interesting though, because when I think about mental health, I don't know if I connect it with the body. You think neck up.
Where is stress, anxiety, and even trauma stored? In the body, in the muscles, in your cells, in these learned behaviors and responses to different situations. So mindful movement allows you to reconnect your mind and body, learn how your body needs to relax and release tension.
This isn't a new practice per se, but it's never been presented in an entertaining format.
If you're releasing a bunch of stress hormones and adrenaline, shaking it out actually helps you release that adrenaline, and then you can come down to a state of calmness.
So you've heard of fight, flight, or freeze?
Absolutely.
Or stress and threat response. Now, what happens after that threat is done? What do you normally do?
I don't really run. Maybe I freeze. I don't know.
So once we freeze, have you ever seen an animal in a moment of threat? Do you recognize what they do after that threat has
No,
passed?
I've never really thought about it.
After a moment of threat, we'll kind of just shake it off and then keep moving forward.
And shake out some of the stress.
So it's not just fun. There's science behind it.
There is science behind it. We're just reminding you of the intelligence that your body has to cope with stress and feel better.
You'll see me doing this tomorrow before
Yes.
the show, and you're like, what is she doing?
Exactly.
Movement Genius is committed to making their wellness classes accessible to everybody. Most memberships cost no more than $10 a month. Thank you for joining me to celebrate how women have transformed their lives through exercise. We've seen how breaking a sweat is essential for our mental, physical, and emotional well-being at all stages of our lives. I am feeling ready, and I hope you are too, to find the fitness routine that makes you feel your best every single day. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
Answers come when you need them most. Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
How are you?
Good.
You came up 101 flights.
Yeah.
How are you with heights?
I love it because I hated it as a kid.
Yeah.
And I don't know about, oh gosh, I'm just remembering now. Like, I had such a fear of heights. And growing up in Australia, everyone seems to be jumping off something, going rock climbing. Everyone's doing something to do with heights, roller coasters. And it was a nightmare because I had all older brothers and sisters. So I was trying to keep up with them. And I'll never forget, we went on a school trip. I was probably 12, and it was the first time I'd rock climbed.
Oh, geez.
And so my group were there, and I was the first one up. So I'm halfway up this rock climb, and I freeze. I'm actually just thinking about it. I absolutely froze, and the guy's trying to encourage me, and I can hear snickering from the other 15 kids. And it just got worse and worse. I'm shaking. The guy said, "You're going to have to come down." I said, no, I'm not coming. No, I'm going to get there. And he goes, no, you're coming down. So he lowers me down, and I can just hear the laughter. And I started to cry, and I turned to them and I said, yeah, well, you just wait till you try it. You just wait. You wait. It's really hard. So I come down. They're all like snickering, and one by one, they all
went
just
to the top?
No problem. They just flew up. And for the next 3 years, it literally became. That was the catchphrase. So anything I did in school, and people would be like, well, you just wait till you have to try it. Like, all right, let's do this math test. Well, you wait till you have to try it. And I'm like, never lived it down. So I actually went to the diving board at our school, and I just jumped off it until at lunchtime for like a week until I got over it. And now I love it.
Is that like your philosophy on life? When there's something in the way, you just have to like look it in the eye?
Totally.
And do it?
I am quite I was a fearful kid, fearful of heights, fearful of the dark. I never liked being in a house on my own. And then when people say what's your biggest fear, it's fear itself for me, because it just stops you living. It stops you enjoying so many things. And so I just always, if I'm scared of something, if I have to bungee jump, which I now would love, I'll be straight off. Don't think about it, just go.
Wait, you would do that without?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So why, have you got one set up?
There's no way
we are 101 floors up. Could be.
I know.
Could be a first.
Well, you're like an action guy too, so you have to kind of
pretend.
you don't really do any of that stuff. How do you teach your kids to overcome fear? Like, what's the way to teach?
That's a really good question. The first thing I teach them now, which I didn't, is to admit it. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to say you're scared. It's not embarrassing to be scared. It's normal. And by the way, sometimes it's a really smart thing to be scared, right? Mm-hmm. As a parent, I think the amount of things I should have been more scared of, you know, but just admit it and don't be harsh on yourself. I think my main message to them now is no good comes out of being harsh. Harshness doesn't really achieve anything. Even with yourself, you can be firm with yourself, you can push yourself a little bit, but do it with more loving ways. So, you know, it's a fine balance, isn't it? Because we all know that there are hurdles in life, and you have to kind of push through them, whether it be the first date, the SAT, whatever that first test. You do have to push through it, but my philosophy is to be kinder about it to yourself.
They were right.
What about you?
Well, you know what though? I want to tell you one thing. They were right. We have a woman who works with me who does hair, and a woman who works with me who does makeup. And they said, when you sit and visit with Hugh, you will never think that he's Hollywood. You'll think he's your friend. And I just want to say that they were right.
Oh, thank you.
They were right. They were right. They're not here.
They're not here.
They're not here.
Long
But
time.
they were right. They were right.
Thank you.
So that's such a great trait. Wow. I mean, because it's in this business, it's hard to keep that, I think.
Yeah, well, if you want to ask my guys who are here, I'll give you the opposite point of view.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They're like,
yeah, the laughter, there it
"Oh."
is. Yeah, listen, I think for me, my first job in anything as an actor, I was 26. So I think it's really hard. I really feel for the kids who become very famous and successful early on in life. I mean, I didn't know, I would say 25 is when I started to get a little bit of a handle on who I was, where I was going. By 26, I mean, X-Men was my first real movie in America. I was 30. Now at 30, you know who you are, right? So if someone hands you for example, Sexiest Man Alive, I only try to mention it once in every interview, Hoda, but I'm like, well, I do remember a good solid 10 years of literally not being noticed and getting turned down every corner. So it's weird that I'm all of a sudden that guy, you know.
Guy.
So I think it helps having had some rejection and some real life experience.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving? Heart Smart Today, with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today, all day.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
I was thinking about the projects you choose and why you choose them, because you choose so many, you're like such a Renaissance guy. I mean, I see you on Broadway. I saw your one-man show. I thought that was incredible.
Thank you.
See, in X-Men, you do all kinds of things. You're about to do The Music Man. You've got this movie that's coming out right now.
Yeah.
So when you're choosing a project, does it have to check a box, or do you go on gut, or what is it?
Gut, more and more. And if there's a box to be checked, I have to be a little bit nervous about it. I have to feel there's a challenge to it. That brings out the best in me. And also it means I know that I'm going to have to grow. You know, if I go, I've done that, I know how to do that, I probably wouldn't say yes. Director and script. So the story, director, the people you're working with are key, and then gut. More and more I trust my gut. And if I look back, the times I've trusted my gut, against all reason, almost always works out.
All you have to do is follow my voice.
Tell me about Reminiscence. So when this project came to you, I know the director sought you out. I mean, came for you, literally came for you, said, this is for you. What appealed to you about this movie?
Well, first of all, Lisa Joy, who's one of the creators of Westworld, which I was a fan of and I think is amazing. I already knew of her work, so I was already very, very intrigued. She's an incredibly original, smart voice in our business. And so when she came to me, she did tell me, she said, I wrote this 5 years ago. I wrote this before Westworld, but I knew I wouldn't get the money for it until I had a success behind me. But you were always the one in my mind. Now, whenever someone says that, I presume that Brad's turned it down, but that's fine. But actually, I do believe her. She did say it more than once, even after we'd finished the film. So, and it's incredibly humbling in a way to think that someone is thinking that they know your work or they think they know you. But for me, there was something so original about this story. It grabbed me in that. At the beginning of the story, I feel like I'm playing like a Bogart type of character in like a classic sort of film, and then all of a sudden it goes off, and I'm like, I have no idea where this is going. And that's such a rare thing when you watch a movie or when you read a script, you think, I have no idea where this is going. And I actually rang my agent 20 pages in, and I said, I'm doing this movie. I haven't even finished yet, I'm doing it. Well, you play such a broken man. Like in the beginning, you're kind of fooled by you, and then you watch as your character just kind of unravels. How do you get into that head? It's the real me. No. I do a lot of work in creating the character. So the thing I ask myself is, if someone had to play me, or if I had to play you, what would I need to know to play Hoda? And as soon as you ask yourself that question, you think, well, there's a hell of a lot more someone would need to know than what I present. You need to know a lot of the stuff that I cover up, that I don't want you to see, the things I'm embarrassed by, all the background. So I do all that work. And I really try to give each character that respect, because for me, that's the fun. That's the creation. That's the digging, the archaeology of acting and getting into humanity. So I do all that work, particularly around he's a decorated war veteran with obvious PTSD. So I did a lot of work on that and what that means and what the reality of that is. And there's a lot of research about it. And then try to imagine that character in this situation. Even though it's set in the future, it's very relevant to today.
Well, I saw the love story is very dark too, and twisted, and like you're always leaning in, what's happening, what's going on with those two, and it's electric. And I was looking back because I said, I wonder, it struck me just about your real life love. And I said, wow, look at Hugh, married 25 years.
Yeah, 25.
Like, is it like that?
No. We're not twisted and dark. You know Deb. Deb is the lightest, most optimistic person I've ever met in my life. Like, she, honestly, if you ever want to play the game, who's the happiest person in the room, Deb wins. Just know Deb wins. She literally, and I'm probably too much information and she'll say, please don't, but anyway, this is Deb. When she goes to bed, she's like one of those dolls that when their eyes are open, as soon as they're horizontal, the eyes close, and then as soon as you tip them up, she wakes up in the morning like this. She's like, hey, morning, hi, what are we doing today? Oh, it's going to be so great. I'm just like, whoa, back it up, slow it down, give me some coffee, give me a second. She's like, all right.
She's ready. She's ready to go.
She just makes the most of everything. Cut to Reminiscence, even though played by the incredible Rebecca Ferguson, who plays May, who I was with in The Greatest Showman and who I love. That's a love story that borders on obsession.
Yes.
When you fall so hard and fast in love with someone, and the question becomes, when you're in love with someone in those early throes of love, is it really the person you're seeing or what you want to see? And then in our story, that person disappears very quickly in the middle of that height of that romance. And then it becomes this obsession to find her and what's going on. And that leads me into the dark world. So yeah, that's very different with Deb.
I got chills. I don't know why. Chills? I don't know why. I got it. I'm not sure why. I think it's that. Something about it just creeped me out a little bit.
Deb is, anyway.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, when you and Deb met, did you, was it was just,
I knew her before
it was instant.
Her.
Yeah.
I knew
you
her before her.
Yeah.
She will often say, I had a New Year's resolution that year, I'm not going to date any more actors and none under 30. meet my husband. Like, so I knew early on, and I don't know why, I'm very indecisive by nature. I am not the kind of person, I don't go to dinner with me, it's a nightmare. I don't know, what do you think? I like the chicken, but what do you think? This looks good. And Deb would be like, let's go. But with a few times in my life, Deb being one, I knew 100%. I just knew off the bat. Well, 2 weeks in. Off the bat would be a little crazy.
But 100% though, after a couple of weeks is amazing.
100%. Yeah. Deb actually tried to break up with me about 3 weeks into our relationship. This is the second time I'm sharing too much. Sorry, Deb. And it was obvious to me that she was getting ready. And normally, my playbook for that situation is, hey, I'm breaking up with you before you break up with me. I'm out, right? Yeah. And I just turned to her. We were driving back in the car, and I said, are you trying to work up the courage to break up with me? Are you trying to, in your head? And she goes, yes. I said, you just better get over it. It's not going to happen. I know it. And she went, okay. And that was it.
And 25
and as
years
those
later,
words came out of my mouth, I was like, who's that guy talking? That's not me. But it was just, people often say, oh my God, marriage is so much work. And I just, there are some things you've got to live by, but it hasn't felt like that. It's been one of the best things.
By the way, eyes are a giveaway in life, man. Eyes are a giveaway. Yeah. And whenever you say it, or just saying her name, like, it's cool to see true love 25 years later.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy.
And me. That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I love this movie for a bunch of reasons, but it's also about memory.
Right.
And it's funny, as I was watching it too, I was actually thinking of a story you told a while ago. And it struck me, and I've retold it, and I've probably retold it wrong, and I've told it at speeches because I just loved it so much.
Right.
And it was the story of your first time at Carnegie Hall.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm getting chills again. But I think because it defined something, I'm not sure why that spoke to me so, but sometimes I'll say it in a speech or whatever because it moved me. For people who don't know it, I know it's a little short story, but will you tell that again for me?
Misting up a little bit?
Yeah.
I am too, I have to tell you. So, my dad never missed a day of work in his life. He worked for Pricewaterhouse his whole life, literally one company. Never missed a day, except for 3. And that was when I was offered to sing at Carnegie Hall. He's so sweet. And it was a big moment for me, obviously. I'd never sung in America before at the time. And I rang my dad, who's always very supportive, no matter what I'm doing, like, no matter what. Like, oh, you know, Hugh, when you played Van Helsing, that was just so great work. Like, he had no interest in that movie at all. Yeah. So when I told him about Carnegie Hall, he was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be there. I'm totally coming. So he did. It was 3 days. It was a 24-hour flight from Sydney. Mm-hmm. He was there for 24 hours and then a 24-hour flight back, straight to the office. And I rang him and I said, Dad, it's black tie. As soon as you arrive, I'll be in touch with you and we'll arrange everything. So he arrived on the day of the performance. And so I found out while he was in the air that it wasn't black tie. And I was it was business casual or something. I was freaking out because I thought, well, maybe Dad is, like, maybe that's all he's brought. Like, maybe he's coming in plain gear and a black tie, right? So the moment he landed, I said, Dad, I'm so sorry, it's not black tie, it's business casual. And he goes, don't worry, Hugh, it's okay. It's fine, I've got all day, I'll sort it out. And then he said, do me a favor, if it's all right with you, I would really love to walk with you, pick you up at the hotel, and walk with you to the stage door at Carnegie Hall. I said, fine, meet me at 6 o'clock, we'll walk over together. So 6 o'clock on the dot, he's an accountant, very punctual. Knock on the door and I open it up and there is my father, in full black tie, standing in the hallway. And I'm like, no, Dad, it's not black tie. I'm sorry, no. Like, no one's wearing black tie except for the choir, the conductor, that's it. Like, and he said, Hugh, my son is singing at Carnegie Hall. It's black tie for me. And so we walked over together and I'll never forget, he's a beautiful man. And I never forget seeing him because Carnegie Hall is quite lit up. And I'd sung my songs and I'm sitting down because it was like a concert and I could see him up there. Hody, you've done it to me, now I'm getting emotional. He was just sitting up there crying. Yeah, it was a good moment. Oh, and then when the one-man show, I told that story and my dad came from Australia to see it and he was staying with me for a week. I told that story and I thought, I'm going to go out and my dad's here tonight. So I walk out and unbeknownst to me, Deb had told him that he said he's going to tell the story at Carnegie Hall, bring your black tie. So as I put the light on him, there he stood up in full black tie.
Oh,
it was like, I'm like, oh, there's a bit of showbiz in my old man. Like,
look at that.
There goes the accountant.
How's he doing, by the way?
He's good.
He's okay?
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, he's doing good. And, and I luckily just had some time with him.
Oh, thank God,
because the pandemic was hard, like not seeing my family for so long. And I'd been down there in Australia.
Yeah.
We arrived 4 days before the lockdown. And I was in Melbourne and we had to come straight back. So I hadn't seen my family for 2.5 years, which is way too long.
I know you've been practicing for the Music Man. We've seen you tap. I didn't know it was such a sweaty exercise. I didn't know why. You're drenched.
It is the greatest workout ever. And it's so much fun. It's like drumming just without the drums.
Yeah.
It's probably just as annoying for everybody else in the house, unfortunately. But I tell you, if you want to work out for your legs, it is the best. And your core.
That's the one.
But I've been practicing right throughout the pandemic, but either in my home or as things lifted out with Warren, my choreographer, and Sarah. And I just thought, let's just keep going. I can't just not do anything for 1.5 years. And also, remember, we didn't know how long it was going to last. So oh my gosh, I was meant to have started 1 year ago. Wow. And then we thought, it'll be September. I thought, we'll go. And then, it's going to be January. And then it just sort of extended. And I thought, I'll just keep going.
So are you pumped for Broadway? Can you believe it's opening? Like, it's really happening. This is a real thing.
I just can't believe it's been closed this long.
Yeah.
That just keeps hitting me. Yeah. And I wish I'd been in the audience for some of these first. Like, some of these, it must have been incredible. And I can't believe it, but I'm so excited to be part of it. To be there as Broadway opens up again, and also to bring back a musical, which is the first musical I ever did, by the way, The Music Man.
Is that right?
High school. Yeah, I was in year 9, so what does that make me, 15? I was salesman number 2. Gutted I didn't get the lead part, so no, I'm kidding, no. I knew I was that whole opening and and I loved that musical. So in my head, I was like, one day. So here it is. So to be coming back in The Music Man on Broadway, and I've been lucky. I've done London, West End. Obviously, I've done theatre in Australia. There's nothing like Broadway, particularly for a musical. That's the pinnacle.
whenever I can see it, I'm going to come see you because I'm dying to see it with you. When I saw you tapping, because every kid who's ever taken tap for 5 seconds, which we all have, step, shuffle, hop, step, step, you're like, oh my gosh, that's how it's done. I'm ready.
So how much tap did you do?
Not much, man. Not much.
Oh.
No.
I wish I'd known that earlier.
I've done
Where's my researcher?
I did tap in it was bad news, but
Really?
but there is a joy to it that I understood when I was watching you. I mean, when you're in love with it.
It's just fun.
Yeah, it's a blast.
Oh.
How are your backgammon skills, by the way?
So
are you
good.
Still?
Got so much better.
Are you sure?
Oh. Are we laying down the gauntlet?
No.
Deb and I play 20 games a day. 20. That's the secret. And it gets heated. She is competitive.
She is?
Oh, yeah.
So how does
if you want to see a little bit of the darkness, you throw a double six to win it right at the last minute, and then you'll see a little bit of the dark edge of Deb. But my backgammon skills got very good, I think, over the pandemic. So, beware.
Okay.
I'll take it on. Bring it on. All comers.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I have 2 children.
I know. And by the way, I wanted to say to you, I said it off air, but I wanted to say on air how happy Deb and I are for you and for Joel and just your family, because it's been so beautiful to watch and how you've shared that journey so far. It's beautiful. And I'm actually saying that on behalf of Australia and the world.
Well, I mean, I think...
And if you need a babysitter, my daughter says she's in.
She is. Well, it's so funny because I've made a couple of really great decisions in my life, and probably 3 real great ones. And they were picking Joel and adopting Healing and Hope.
Yeah. I'm gonna match you on that. Same. That's
3 best decisions in your life.
That's it.
And how are the kids? How is that?
I'm just going to cry through this
I
whole
don't know
interview. It's so amazing to me, the journey. So I have a 21-year-old now, and as of last Saturday, a 16-year-old, and I'm so proud of them how they handled the pandemic, because if I try to think what that would have been like for me at that age, where your parents, not only do they mean nothing, you want them so far away from you at that age as possible. And then all of a sudden, not only are you not seeing your friends, you're stuck with them indefinitely. It's like a horror movie. So, but regardless, with school and everything that went on, I was just so proud of them. And they are the greatest gift ever to come into my life. And it's just such a blessing. Truly a blessing. So when I see you talking about it and when you shared with it, and literally Deb and I in the morning we were crying along with you.
Well, that means a lot. Well, I'm glad we have something cool like that in common.
Yeah.
Very cool.
With 3s.
Oh, yes. 3s. All right.
Not to be confused with the 3s.
Oh, what about that?
What about that?
What's going on with Wolverine?
Oh, I'm out.
You're out?
I'm out.
That's it.
Yeah, but it was one of the greatest working things of my life. But
I don't know. You know how everybody buzzes.
All right.
He's back. He's out. He's
You're
in.
like,
He's out.
fine.
Okay.
What's happening, everybody? Welcome to your Tuesday Popstar Plus, and we have a great one for you today. We're going to explore the gripping new series Anatomy of a Scandal with its talented stars Sienna Miller and Michelle Dockery. Plus, Chanel was up late last night. She had a big night over at the Met Gala and was going to recap all the wild looks and excitement from that red carpet. And then later, we're marking the original release of one of our favorite comedies, Bridesmaids. We got a fun blast from the past with that cast. But first, here's today's Popstart headlines. This trailer for this movie, Olivia Wilde's new movie, looks awesome. I watched it this morning. It's called Don't Worry, Darling. And the first trailer is out for the highly anticipated movie that stars Little Women's Florence Pugh, Harry Styles, Chris Pine, and Olivia Wilde, who doubles as director on the project, also in it. It's a psychological thriller. Follows a group of couples who live in a utopian 1950s community where the wives are expected to never question what their husbands actually do for a living. But it all starts to crumble when Pugh's character, Alice, would like to know a little more. Take a look.
The one thing they ask of us is to stay here, where it's safe.
Do you even know what the Victory Project actually is? Have you ever asked?
Do you? Stop it, Alice.
What if this place is dangerous? What if...
No. Jack, it's okay. I'm curious to hear where she's going with this.
It looks so good. It's got like WandaVision vibes. It's got like Mad Men, Stepford Wives. It's, you know, it looks so good. This is Harry Styles is in it. It's not the first time he's been in a movie. 2017, you might recall the Grammy winner was in the World War II film Dunkirk. He was also in The Eternals. But this is much more of heavy lifting for Harry, who seems excellent in it. The movie looks great. It's slated to hit theaters this fall.
Don't worry, darling.
Right. Next up, George Carlin. HBO giving the legendary comedian the documentary treatment. The project called George Carlin's American Dream is going to feature interviews from some of comedy's biggest names: Jerry Seinfeld, Jon Stewart, Bill Burr, and Chris Rock, just to name a few. The film's going to explore the ups and downs of George Carlin's personal life and his career, as well as his most memorable moments, including, yes, those 7 words you can never say on television. Here's a peek.
He was funny, he was smart, he was opinionated.
I wanted to be just like him.
He was just so cool.
Here's the list of words you can't say all the time.
Stand-up's the hardest thing. He did the hardest thing for the longest time.
He was challenging society to be better.
Life is sacred? Who said so? God? Hey, if you read history, you realize that God is one of the leading causes of death.
George Carlin's American Dream is going to stream on HBO Max in 2 parts. It's okay to laugh at that.
Sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't see that coming.
In 2 parts. That starts on May 20th.
Okay.
All right, and finally, Lady Gaga, the Grammy winner, is soaring for the high notes on a new ballad off the Top Gun Maverick soundtrack. She just released a song overnight. It's called Hold My Hand. And then she shared the sort of message behind the lyrics. It was written specifically for the film. Gaga wrote, "Life taught me through hard times to have faith in humanity when it's hard to have faith in yourself. When you feel lonely, sad, removed from the world, far away from yourself and others, hold my hand." Here's a little bit of that song. That sounds good.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's for a blockbuster,
Good.
too.
That's gonna be good.
And Top Gun, good duo there. Earlier this week, she even hung out with Maverick himself, writing on this picture of them. Thank you for coming to my show last night. I love you, my friend. That movie, by the way, looks awesome, too. That was supposed to come out July 12th, 2019.
Oh, wow.
Several push dates later, and they say it's like the perfect film.
We've been waiting our whole lives for Top Gun.
Yes. And now to the reason we call the show Pop Star Plus. A few more headlines for you, starting with Ellen DeGeneres. It's the final month of the talk show host's long-running daytime program. Ellen's bringing back some of her biggest guests to close it all out. Today, her wife, Portia de Rossi, is going to be stopping by with some suggestions for Ellen's next chapter.
I want to make sure that you continue being a teacher, because that's really what you've been for everybody. And, you know, I just feel like more than ever, we need love and light and laughter. And so I hope that you continue to do something like that, like stand up, for example, or...
Yeah, maybe a little more stand-up. Sounds like the audience agrees with that. Until then, she's going to continue hosting the Ellen DeGeneres show until the finale. That'll be on May 26th. Next up, Josh Brolin. Fair warning to all the girl dads out there. This one's a tearjerker. On Monday, the proud papa posted this photo, riding in the car with his daughter Eden from her wedding over the weekend. Brolin captioning the photo with a sweet tribute that reads, in part, when your daughter gets married, it all shows up. The memories, the life lived or not, and how certain relationships resonate. My son and my daughters are happy, contented. All the greatest gifts have no form and sit there waiting to be acknowledged. That wasn't a poignant post on Instagram. Can you imagine what the father of the bride's speech must have been like? Big congratulations going out to Eden and her new husband, Cameron. All right, we've covered your headlines for you. Next up, the cast of Anatomy of a Scandal delves into what makes that show just so bingeable.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Pop Star Plus. Anatomy of a Scandal follows a British politician and his wife as they navigate a very public scandal and court case. The drama features a star-studded cast that includes Sienna Miller, Michelle Dockery, and Rupert Friend. They told us what makes the show just so riveting and what could be in store for a second season.
So, Anatomy of a Scandal is a 6-part, binge-worthy thriller which is centered around a politician and his wife who get embroiled in a sex scandal which threatens to bring their lives crashing down around them.
And the British government.
And the British government.
The story tells each narrative from the perspective of the women who are caught up in its wake.
Making this right is all I care about.
Didn't question little things when I should have.
Won't your wife be wondering where you are?
She trusts me.
But little things add up, don't they?
Well, I think where our director was pretty genius. I mean, a story like this you could very much cast in a different way. You could have somebody who read as a villain very clearly, and it would be much more black and white. What S.J. Clarkson did was spend time in the grey, which I think is essential in a story like this, and show many different people's memories of the same event and how recall is really unreliable often. and everybody's version can be different. And so in some ways, the audience are left to make up their own minds in the end. And I think that there will be polarizing opinions about what actually happened, and that should hopefully lead to some arguing, healthy argument, and hopefully thought-provoking material.
She wouldn't give you what you wanted, and that is why you had to force yourself on her.
I didn't force myself on her.
And that's why she's accused you of rape.
I am not a rapist. I did not rape her. The word rape and my name have nothing to do with each other.
I have no further questions for this witness.
I do not think my character gets what she deserves. I think that's also the sad reality of a lot of these cases. Yeah, hopefully, again, creates, with those court case scenes, I just hope it kind of creates conversation around how we feel about what we're seeing, like the audience members, whether they lean one way or another, like asking ourselves why, and why something, makes a witness more unreliable, when really that's, when you step away from it, that shouldn't make, a witness more unreliable. And what are those things in society that are there that kind of add to that for whatever reason?
Well, I feel like for Kate, I feel that she reaches a point of peace. I feel that she isn't, for the majority of what you see of her in the show, she's not at peace with who she is as a person, her past. She needs some sort of closure on it. And, through this journey and this big risk that she takes in prosecuting someone that she knows and her attacker, she actually sort of, by the end, becomes closer to who she really is.
Yeah, I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen to James, but the idea that he has to be accountable for his actions, I think that's right and proper, and that he has to effectively have a moral code, which he claims to have had, but clearly his actions and his words have not lined up in the past. So to me, that was there's a sense of justice, at least the beginning of a sense of justice there.
Yeah, and I think Sophie's taken the first few steps towards some form of self-analysis and independence from the life that she was raised to want, which was to be the perfect wife of the perfect man with the perfect children and the perfect house. She's really questioning what she's compromised for that and discovering who she might be had she made different decisions. And I think she's on a good path towards something better, or at least more truthful.
I liked that this felt like something that was playing out in real time. It wasn't like there was a buried treasure that then comes to light. It comes to light in front of our eyes, and we watch these people dealing with the blows that are dealt them before our eyes. And so that gave it, to me, a sense of kind of urgency, like emotional urgency, which was exciting.
I think the series does end with a door slightly ajar, certainly for Michelle Dockery's part. She's so brilliant in this, and what's that next case that she will be prosecuting? I'm not sure. We'll have to see, but it's good that you're left wondering, for sure.
Well, I think this show certainly is left on a kind of note of, what's to come, because of course it's the beginning of another story at the end, but it definitely feels like there is a momentum at the end that could potentially lead into something else. Who knows? I mean, I don't often kind of, unless there is an idea that the writers have, and you've been told a rumor that something's actually going to continue, then I'd be curious to know. But yeah, I'd leave that up to the experts, the writers, to see where the characters go.
We should mention you can catch Anatomy of a Scandal, of course, on Netflix. Coming up next, who did Chanel encounter? Who was Chanel hanging out with over at the Met Gala? Stick around. All the big names and all the fashions from last night's big event coming up.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News App. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Chanel Jones had a very fun assignment last night. She took to the Met Gala red carpet to chat with some of the biggest names in fashion, Hollywood, sports, and more. Take a look at this.
The biggest stars stepped out in their finest here in New York City last night, and our very own Chanel had a front row seat to all the action. I can't believe you're slumming with us
Good
this
morning,
morning.
team. Oh, please, I'm awake. Okay, there was no shortage of glitz and glamour. All of the stars dressed to the nines for this year's theme honoring the lavish Gilded Age. The party of the year returning to the Met in a big way with show-stopping looks that have people talking this morning. Over-the-top glamour on full display.
Can you just tell us who you're wearing tonight?
I'm wearing Versace.
Tell me who you're wearing.
Oscar de la Renta.
Alicia, who are you wearing? Who are you wearing, Chloe?
I'm wearing John Battista Valli.
At the hottest ticket in town, the star-studded Met Gala.
This is one of the largest crowds I've seen here in a few years. What do you think it is?
I think everybody's ready to come back and be together.
Back and bigger than ever on the first Monday of May.
This is the fashion event of the year. The theme this year is Gilded Glamour. So, of course, everyone puts their spin on it. They come up these steps and strike a pose.
This year's theme, an ode to the lavish Gilded Age of the late 19th century.
What were you saying about the future?
Gilded glamour from the future.
With crystals, crowns, and feathers galore.
Tell me who you're wearing.
I'm wearing Chanel.
Yes. Wow, fitting because my name is Chanel. What do you make of it, the Met Gala? Why is it so delightful?
I think it's a celebration of fashion, and I think it's a celebration of New York.
This year's gala co-chairs, including Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, and Lin-Manuel Miranda, leading the charge on the museum's iconic steps. Lively, stunning in Versace, serving two looks in one.
Now that's what you call gilded glamour.
Drawing inspiration from the Big Apple, including Lady Liberty herself.
Before she did this costume change, I thought it was the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. Now she just dropped the mic.
It feels very heavy and very beautiful. It's like a workout.
Alicia Keys also channeling an Empire state of mind.
We asked Alicia what was in her hair. Her response, discs. How fantastic is this?
I mean, it's amazing to be here. My dress is sustainable and beautiful and...
The night featuring fresh faces.
It's my first time. I've never been here before.
As well as some fan favorites.
Sarah Jessica Parker was behind me, and I was like, I love your dress. And she was like, I love yours. And I'm lucky I didn't faint, but I did inside.
Sarah Jessica Parker is the belle of the ball. That hat.
From the hats all the way down to the nails.
Hey, can we see your nails? Let me see your nails. Always killing it with the nails. Oh, my goodness.
Stars pulling out all the stops at this year's gala.
Is that comfortable?
It's heavy, but nothing's heavy when it's just baggy.
Who are you with? I mean, you're not with your hubby, but...
Not with my hubby tonight, but I'm
Gonna run inside and try to find all my friends.
The special night also turning into a family affair. Billionaire Elon Musk arriving to the party with his model mom in his first appearance since buying Twitter. And some of the most famous sisters glittering down the red carpet, including Kourtney Kardashian in a coordinated ensemble with her new fiancé, rocker Travis Barker. But it was undoubtedly Kim Kardashian who stole the show.
There's no question about it. People have been waiting all night long for Kim Kardashian and Pete Davidson. Kim Kardashian wearing the actual dress worn by Marilyn Monroe when she sang to President Kennedy.
Between the show-stopping looks and some of the jaw-dropping moments.
Can we just do a selfie real quick?
We also made sure to save time for plenty of fun.
What are we doing tonight? We're turning up!
Making for another unforgettable night at the Met.
I think everybody's really happy that we're back. It's magic. It's like a fairy tale.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was the largest crowd I have seen in years. I mean, as far as the eye could see, people are lined up across Fifth Avenue here in New York City just to get a glimpse of whatever this is. Like, we recognize there's a lot of things happening in the world, but everybody seemed to say, you know what, last night, let's just push the pause button for a moment and just,
But it's more than that for people watching this show, and they think it's just that.
Yeah, it's
a
not
night,
that.
right? It's a charity night.
Yeah, it's a charity night. It's a fundraiser, and they definitely raise a lot of money. I mean, money that will go, to students.
And everybody
and what have
pretends
you.
to eat. They don't actually.
I don't think they eat. And they always say,
They
and they don't. I should say this: while cameras are all over the red carpet, guests are actually asked to put away their phones once they're inside.
Oh.
But we can tell you, Vogue magazine, which organizes the annual event, says the gala featured surprise performances by Casey Musgraves and Lenny Kravitz.
Oh.
They always do the bathroom selfie.
Yeah.
What's fun is to ask people who they're most looking forward, to seeing.
seeing.
So they're all together, and it's a range of celebs. I mean, you have musicians, you have artists, you have Glenn Close, and then you have, Meg the Stallion.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Was there someone you enjoyed most?
That's a really good question. I was just telling you guys, in person, Blake Lively's dress, stunning. Stunning.
Yeah.
It was absolutely gorgeous.
You know who else was stunning?
Who?
You, my
Yes,
God.
you are.
Thank
You look great.
Deb Weber in our wardrobe department.
Yeah.
She's our fairy godmother, right? And
Great.
Bianca and Debbie Bell. Thank you guys.
beautiful.
Thank you.
And my friend Gwen Stefani looked beautiful.
Gwen
I saw her
Stefani.
in her-
They look like works of art, Carson,
Yeah.
like when they
Yellow.
come down the carpet.
What a fun night. I think Chanel looked better than all of them. Still to come, the cast of Bridesmaids and how they got into their hilarious characters. Next.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together. Oh, I'm so happy.
That's what it takes to set a record.
So glad to see you.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. We want to take you back to the year 2011. That's when one of our favorite movies came out, Bridesmaids. It hit theaters. And with this month marking 11 years since its release, we dug up our very first interview with the cast.
Some women love it and some hate it. Either way, being a bridesmaid is an honor. Despite having to buy the all too often tacky dress you might consider turning into a tablecloth or something worse one day.
Well, now there is a movie that feels your pain as well as the pleasure. It's called Bridesmaids, and it stars Saturday Night Live's Kristen Wiig as the maid of honor whose life unravels as she leads a group of colorful bridesmaids. Take a look.
I don't know what to say. You look... Megan, are you okay?
I think my dress was probably just tight.
Oh my God. You got food poisoning from that restaurant, didn't you? No, I had the same thing that she had, and I feel fine. Oh my, okay.
Oh no.
What is happening? Nothing's happening. Oh my God. You know, I don't really care which dress we get. It doesn't matter to me. I just need to get off this white carpet.
No. Get off the white carpet. Oh, and they try to get you out of that shop really quickly.
All right. They're all with us today, the bridesmaids. Rose Byrne, Ellie Kemper, and Wendy McClendon Covey. Hello, ladies.
Nice to see you all. You must have had a ball making this movie.
Such fun. Okay, it was really fun today opening USA Today. And
there you are.
Look at you.
You haven't seen it?
No, they haven't seen it.
We are having so much fun.
Yeah, you guys are.
We are having a lot of fun.
Here comes the raunch. Here comes the raunch. They're saying that this is like the female raunchy version of The Hangover. Do you agree?
Is that a compliment? It is a compliment. I see what they're saying.
Yeah?
Yes.
Well, it's going to make billions of dollars. So it is exactly like it in that respect.
Yeah. And isn't Judd one of the? No, who's one of the producers? Of it?
Judd Apatow.
So he is. So he knows raunch.
He knows it well.
But this was co-written by Kristen and a friend of hers as well. So it's raunch from a lady's standpoint. Well, from a slut standpoint.
It's lady raunch. It's lady slut.
And we like that each of your characters is so distinctively different. You're sort of this type A one that people don't fall in love with right away. Am I right?
She's kind of the villainess of the film, but I think at the end she sort of gets her redemption, and so she's not. I think we all have dimension.
Well, she's the one with a little history with the.
Yes, Well, she's very competitive with Kristen and kind of winds her up and everything. But we had a lot of fun. It was very hard for me not to laugh because we did a lot of improvising, and these girls are so brilliant at it.
And you're so good at losing your British accent, by the way. I had no idea. I just I didn't know. Australian. Sorry.
Close. They're somehow in the kingdom, although miles and miles apart.
Your character's interesting too. Very naive and sort of. I mean, we love you from The Office, but
yes, wide-eyed, innocent, a very set view of marriage. Thinks anyone who isn't married is doomed for life.
Yes, it's over.
And a lot of people still feel that way.
A lot of people still do. Yes, yes. It gets a little tutorial from this one.
Yes, because you're the raunchy. You're the raunchy one.
I'm the oldest bridesmaid, the cousin of the bride, the one who needs a bachelorette party the most. Because it's got to get me through the rest of my marriage. So I'm really banking on having a good time at this.
I think a lot of us can relate to your character.
I think a lot of people can. Yeah.
And your character has 3 young kids, is that right?
3 brat kids that hate me and I hate them. And I think that in the beginning of my marriage, I was like this one, and I thought, oh, this is the best it's ever going to get. Years down the line, I'm like, get me out of here. So.
Were you guys bridesmaids in real life, and did you have any similar experiences?
These ladies have both.
You both have been?
I've been a bridesmaid 7 times.
Oh my!
I've been a bridesmaid 8 times. See, they don't do that in Australia. They're very sensible.
You don't have people that stand up with you at weddings?
Well, I don't think it's as big a deal as it is in America. Everything's kind of larger than life. I think in Australia it's probably not.
You have to tell us about the locket. Your director gave all of you this locket?
Director Paul Feig, the last true gentleman, gave us. Look at this. I don't know where. Am I?
Yes,
there we are. Now look. Now
that's us. That's the bridesmaids.
I can't do it for
you. You're right there. We see it.
God, that was such a funny movie. Who doesn't love Bridesmaids? Well, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you so much for taking the time to enjoy this episode of Pop Star Plus. We hope you did, and we hope you'll come back tomorrow for a little bit more. Tomorrow, by the way, get ready for a new season of Girls 5 Eva. You're welcome. That's tomorrow. See you then.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
A unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hello, hello. Here you are, Today All Day, and our digital show, Today in 30.
We have got a big show for you today, including Savannah's exclusive sit-down with Bill Gates. It happened right here in Studio 1A.
Yeah, I had a lot to say about the global response to COVID, how we can prevent the next pandemic, which he highlights in a new book, and also some personal news in his life as well. Our wide-ranging conversation just ahead.
Plus, it is Teacher Appreciation Day, so we know you're celebrating. We're going to introduce you to a remarkable chemistry teacher, making learning fun in both the classroom and also on TikTok.
And last night was fashion's biggest and most exclusive party of the year, the Met Gala. We're covering the glitz, the gowns, the gilded glamour you might have missed. That and more coming up on
Today in 30. We've got it all covered. We're going to start with NBC's justice correspondent Pete Williams. He's at the Supreme Court this morning. Pete, good morning.
Hoda, good morning to you. There is no way to confirm this leak, and the court isn't commenting, but it's almost certainly authentic. It was apparent back in December when the court heard this case that it was preparing to overturn Roe v. Wade. And it's also, as far as anyone can tell, unprecedented for a draft Supreme Court opinion to be leaked. The blockbuster story broke overnight on the Politico website, reporting that a draft of the Supreme Court's opinion shows the court overturning Roe v. Wade in a blistering ruling. Politico says the draft was written by Justice Samuel Alito and says, quote, "The inescapable conclusion is that the right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions." And it quotes him as writing, "It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue of abortion to the people's representatives." A big reason to believe the authenticity of the Politico story is that when the case was argued in December, it was apparent there were at least 5 votes on the court to overturn Roe. Alito himself repeatedly made his position clear during the courtroom argument.
Can it be said that the right to abortion is deeply rooted in the history and traditions of the American people?
One of the reporters who wrote the Politico story told Rachel Maddow Monday night that he's convinced the draft is genuine.
Well, we're very confident in the authenticity of this draft majority opinion, Rachel, both in the way that we obtained it and other information that we got that supports its authenticity.
The court is considering the fate of a Mississippi law passed in 2018, but so far blocked by a lawsuit that would ban abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Lower court said it would violate the Supreme Court's abortion precedents, beginning with Roe in 1973, that say states cannot ban abortion before the age of fetal viability. That's around 23 weeks into the pregnancy. If the Supreme Court does end up overruling Roe, that would not make abortion illegal, but it would leave it up to each individual state to decide whether to ban it. And about half the states have already signaled that they would. The Politico story is remarkable for another reason. No one can remember any leak like this, and certainly not in one of the most high-profile cases in modern history.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Bill Gates co-founded Microsoft nearly 50 years ago at the forefront of the computer age that changed the world. And since then, he's been using the fortune that earned him to change the world. The Gates Foundation giving away tens of billions of dollars over the past decade. He also famously predicted the world was unprepared for a pandemic in a 2015 TED Talk that was unfortunately accurate and has been viewed now 43 million times. Well, he's sounding the alarm again this morning. His new book, How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, is out today. It's also been a year of upheaval in his own life after he and Melinda, his wife of 27 years, announced their divorce 1 year ago today. So, Bill, we have so much to catch up on. It's good to see you. Good morning.
Good to see you.
Well, I think this is the definition of what they call a hard sell. You're out here promoting a book, How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, and you know people are sick and tired of hearing about the pandemic. They have COVID fatigue. Why is this the moment to have this conversation?
Well, I don't want us to wait until we forget about how awful this has been. I mean, we've had tens of millions of deaths, trillions of dollars of economic loss, education loss, mental depression. And with a few key steps, we can make sure this won't happen again.
There's something strangely optimistic about this book. You've got a whole bunch of ideas on how to actually prevent the next pandemic. One idea, you compare it to firefighters. We need kind of a global firefighting team that's ready to find the next pandemic and respond to it. How would it work?
Well, in firefighting, we're all trained to know that, there's the exit. The U.S. alone has over 300,000 full-time firefighters. So we take it seriously because if one house burns down, it can, affect an entire community. Pandemics are even worse, and we didn't practice. We weren't ready to go. A few countries that were more ready, like Australia, have 10% the deaths that we have. So the debate about exactly how to invest in that preparedness now is the right time, even though we're still trying to get out of this one. Yeah,
you've argued that basically pandemics, disease is inevitable, but pandemics are not. And if you spend billions now, you save trillions later. Is that a pretty good summary of the book?
Yeah, big return.
Tell me about, you have this germ team that you propose. We have the World Health Organization. Why isn't that enough?
Well, they're not funded, actually, to go to countries and practice. They're not funded to fly in where there's an outbreak. So they need about $1 billion a year, 3,000 more people that would stay dedicated to pandemics. Pandemics don't come very often, so it's easy to take your personnel and go work on other things. And here, we'd make sure that this team had those skills and was always practicing.
By the way, in some ways, we were lucky with this pandemic. It certainly could have been a more contagious virus, and it could have been more lethal.
Yeah, the lethality, ends up being about 0.3%. Smallpox is 30%. So this is not the worst case, all the more reason to make these investments in preparedness.
When you look at how the U.S. and the world responded to COVID-19, whether it's masks or vaccines or shutdowns, closures, it's become so political. I wonder if it happened again, if it was March 2020 all over again with COVID-19, would we even be able to mount as effective a response as we did last time around? It's been so politicized.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't get trusted voices in both parties talking about the benefit of masks and vaccines so that it wasn't a political issue. I think everybody does support the health workers who are heroes. I think they support the innovation where we got the vaccine out faster than ever before, and that has saved millions of lives. Even that vaccine, we can make a better one where you never get infected. So, you know, innovation, like in many areas, is where I see a potential for a consensus and for avoiding most of the damage.
Yeah, the book, if you want to geek out on some of the innovations and where the technology is, a vaccine you can inhale, a pan vaccine, it's in there. But let's talk about misinformation, because that has been a hallmark, unfortunately, of this pandemic. President Biden rather famously said last July that misinformation on social media is killing people. Do you agree?
Absolutely. It's been weird that, you know, vaccines have been attacked as, you know, being overall net negative, or there's some conspiracy here. It's terrible.
Well, some of it affects you. You're part of these conspiracy theories.
That is a very weird thing, that just because I support vaccines to save millions of lives, people are saying, no, I make money from vaccines, or that I'm trying to, you know, cause death or track, or a lot of strange stuff. Hard to understand why that is.
Well, you know, misinformation is obviously a big issue that a lot of folks like you are worried about. Elon Musk just recently announced moves to acquire Twitter. I wonder if you are concerned about the proliferation of misinformation, given some of his views about expanding what he refers to as free speech on Twitter, and what you think of the acquisition.
Well, the digital realm has facilitated, you know, kind of interesting but wrong ideas spreading very quickly. And we need to innovate so that digital realm is more of a positive thing of getting the truth out, and that people are seeing, hey, this is false.
Do you worry about Elon Musk?
Well, Elon, you wouldn't want to underestimate Elon. What he did at Tesla is amazing, helping with climate change. What he did at SpaceX, you know, will he this time make that improvement? You know, should there be laws that strike a better balance of free speech versus, you know, conspiracy theories confusing people? You know, Elon thinks he can improve Twitter. Well, I don't know specifically what he'll do, but you know, it is, there's an opportunity, and we need innovation in that space.
Well, let's talk about you personally. It's been a period of transition. It was actually 1 year ago today that you and your wife, Melinda, filed for divorce. How have you been coming to terms with this?
Well, the divorce is definitely a sad thing. You know, I have responsibility for causing a lot of pain to my family. You know, it was a tough year. I feel good that all of us are moving forward now. You know, my oldest got married. Melinda and I are, you know, continuing to work together. So, you know, it was sad and tragic, but, you know, now we're moving together.
Yeah, she did an interview recently, and she talked about times in her marriage. She said she was lying on the floor crying. What was it like for you to hear that and to hear it publicly?
Well, this was a very tough thing. We had a lot of amazing things in our marriage, the kids, the foundation, the enjoyment we had. And so it's a very hard adjustment. You know, I know divorces are different, but, you know, just a complete change. You know, we were partners. We kind of grew up together. And now that's different. We're not married.
Frankly, there were allegations of extramarital affairs, and when she was asked about that in the interview, she said that is a question that Bill needs to answer. So here you are now. Did that happen? Were you unfaithful in your marriage? Is that one of the reasons there was a divorce?
I certainly made mistakes, and I take responsibility. I don't think delving into the particulars at this point is constructive, but yes, I caused pain, and I feel terrible about that.
What have you learned from that? I mean, you were someone who has this voracious appetite for knowledge, and divorce is an experience that can be a journey into learning something about yourself and change, hopefully. What have you learned about yourself?
You know, there's areas like climate or, you know, health where I have expertise, and on personal matters like this, I don't think of myself as an expert. I should be very humble about, you know, success. You know, has a tricky aspect to it. So, you know, I don't have great advice for other people.
Yeah. I have to ask you about Jeffrey Epstein. Melinda mentioned that was one of the strains, your relationship with him. And, you know, why? I guess the question is real simple. I mean, why did you continue to meet with him? When you met him, he was already a convicted sex offender. You know, and do you regret that? I certainly made a huge mistake, not only meeting him in the first place, but I met with him a number of times. I had a goal of raising money for global health. I didn't realize that, you know, meeting with him almost downplayed the incredibly awful things he did. You know, I learned more about that over time, but you know, I'd add that to the list of big mistakes, including, you know, where Melinda's advice was sound, and I should have followed it sooner than I did. And you never saw anything where you thought, this doesn't feel right? Melinda kind of had a visceral reaction the first time she met him.
No, he was a bad person, and, you know, I had a reason that I thought those meetings would lead to something good, but I shouldn't have done them.
And finally, on this topic, you recently gave an interview and you said you'd marry Melinda all over again. She says you guys are friendly, not necessarily friends, but friendly. How do you see the relationship moving forward?
Well, one of the things we built together is the Gates Foundation, and we love that work. You know, we've got all the resources I was lucky enough to get. We've got Warren Buffett committed massive resources. And so making sure that is spent well, saves lives. Melinda and I love doing that work together. So I feel very lucky that I still have that with her, as well as, you know, we've got these three incredible kids.
I know, and I heard they're all moving out of the house, so you're an empty nester for sure now.
I've got a big empty nest.
All right, Bill, thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. And again, the book is called How to Prevent the Next Pandemic, chock full of ideas. It's out today.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
and this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As you know, today is Teacher Appreciation Day, and this morning we are shining a light on a chemistry teacher who is making science fun.
A lot of folks appreciate him. His students at Culver Academies in Indiana enjoyed his lessons so much, they told him he should try TikTok, and the reaction has been overwhelming.
Perfect time to make a ketchup-powered rocket. Let's go.
Just 3 years ago, chemistry teacher Phil Cook didn't even know what TikTok was. Least of all, making a video for the site.
One of the first demonstrations that I show them involves taking a chemical that is very, very reactive when you melt it and adding a gummy bear to it. Lots of smoke, lots of fire.
With help from a student, he posted the experiment on TikTok, and it blew up in one weekend.
The video had gotten so many thousand views. I'm like, holy cow. People really are interested in seeing science through this particular application.
He goes by Chem Teacher Phil, where he demonstrates to over 3 million followers on how to separate molecules, simulate a nuclear fission reaction, and even make paper out of grass.
That's science for the win. I love the aspect, just selfishly, of not limiting the curiosity to the kids that are in my classroom right now, but being able to kind of put it out there and see how other people respond to it and whether or not they feel like they learned something from it.
Understanding the social media platform was the biggest challenge. It now takes Phil 4 to 10 hours to make a 30-second video. These days, he jots all his thoughts in a notepad and enlists his wife's unfiltered opinion.
She finds good ideas, she sends them to me as well. And she gives me feedback on videos. She is like my partner in crime 100% with creating all this content.
Phil's enthusiasm for science was sparked in high school by his own chemistry teacher, who encouraged him to help set up lab experiments. And now, in his 22nd year as a teacher, this mad scientist is still trying to ignite that same reaction in his students.
I think the biggest thing for me that gets kids excited is when they get to experience it themselves. So getting them back in the lab, getting them where they're putting their hands on the science. What do you think will happen when I do that? Talk to your neighbor. If you are super excited about what you do, even the kids who come into class saying, Mr. Cook, I'm not a science person. And so many kids come in saying that, and that gets them interested and curious.
As for what his students think about his TikTok fame,
the word that they would say is, it's a flex, right? It's a flex that they have me as their chemistry teacher, right? To sound horrible as a Gen Xer using a word like that.
I definitely think it's a flex to have him as a teacher. I've never had like a teacher that is like so into what he's doing.
It was the first day of class and we were already doing outrageous experiments. So I knew after the first day, like, this is going to be a good course.
Kate McIntosh had him as a teacher in 2006 after dropping out of chemistry the year before.
More valuable than getting the A with Mr. Cook was just the confidence that came from learning from a really good teacher.
Phil got into his element with a lime experiment for us.
You guys ever heard of limelight before? It's calcium oxide. And strangest thing happens when you heat it really, really hot. It becomes incandescent. And the way that they used to do this in the theaters, they would have a huge stick of it. I'm using MAP gas, which burns just as hot as a hydrogen torch and gives you the same effect. It's getting too bright. We just got it for a moment. Just for a moment where it actually got hot enough. Is it any surprise that there were a lot of theater fires?
Taking on teaching and TikTok is a balancing act only a true chemist can compute.
Whoa! I hope they learn something. And I hope what they see makes them more curious about the world around. How cool is that?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Forget the runway shows. There's no bigger runway than New York City's Met Gala.
Yep, and the theme was gilded glamour. And with us now with the best and boldest looks of the night is style host Xana Roberts-Rossi.
Hello, ladies. Okay, overall, give us big picture first. It seemed like a wow. Those dresses were out there, man.
Gilded glamour, ostentatious excess. It was everything you need from the Met Gala.
People said Blake Lively hit a home run. She was one of the what do they call it?
The co-hosts.
Co-hosts.
Yes, she arrived in the night in the most exceptional Versace look.
Baby.
So this dress was actually inspired by New York architecture, our favorite landmark. So it started as this copper-toned dress with the giant bow.
What are they doing?
And then you see the unveil on the steps, and it turns into this green color, which is basically representing the oxidization of the Statue of Liberty.
Wait, what?
Yes, and this train, guys, is based upon the Grand Central Station ceiling and the constellation of all 12 zodiac signs.
Okay, I had no idea.
So exquisitely done and so well considered. Beautiful. Knockout.
A dress with a statement. I love it.
Always. That's what you expect of the Met, right?
We got Cardi B up next.
Cardi B. I mean, always brings the most. Her arrival was my favorite of the night. She arrived in a muscle car with Donatella herself. Oh my gosh. She brought the most incredible gold gown. Now, this gown took 20 members of the Versace Atelier 1,300 hours. That's 54 days, guys, to create, and it contained half a mile of golden metal chains, and basically the Medusa medallions here are representing the wealth and the coins of the era, because obviously it was an abundance of wealth.
What does it mean if Donatella is standing next to you? What does that mean?
It means you're the queen. Okay. It means you're dating with the queen. Okay. Yeah, it's quite the date to get.
All right. Who else do we have?
We have Sarah
Jessica Parker.
Yeah.
She wore this incredible Christopher John Rogers dress. Now, this is a very special story to it. So this was based upon, inspired by Elizabeth Hobbs Keckley, who was a seamstress born into slavery in 1818, but she purchased her freedom from her earnings as a seamstress. And now Christopher John Rogers is a very prominent black designer here in New York City, who we love very much. And they made this incredible ball gown. It had almost a gingham, oversized gingham with this great corset. Obviously, SJP wore SJP shoes and this incredible, look at this, Philip Tracy plume out of her amazing hair as well.
Wow, that hair looks
amazing. She is the theme queen. She never does any wrong.
That is wow. But Lizzo also brought the heat.
She also
brought her flute to the red carpet.
She brought her flute. Yes. Guys, this flute apparently cost $55,000.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no one said the Met Gala was cheap, Pence. So she played the flute. She came in this incredible Tom Brown cape coat with corset dress. Now, this took 22,000 hours to create. 1,000. This is hand embroidered, every little bit ornate of the gold. These nails, she laughed, saying she could basically open people's drinks with them, like they're like corkscrews. And the choker, which was a major trend of the night across the board.
Now, you were a big fan of Vanessa Hudgens. She was like all flowy and
sheer, but still the most risque look I've ever seen for someone who's completely covered up, by the way. So this is, she was wearing this gorgeous Moschino dress. You can't see an inch of skin apart from her hands, but it's a very risque number. The lace at the back is almost reminiscent of a bustle of the era, but done in a very modern way. She looked smoldering.
Yeah, she did.
Big fan of this dress and those jewels.
Wow.
My favorite, one of my favorites, Gigi Hadid. She went big.
She did?
Bubble.
I didn't see that.
I love your reaction. Ruby, great way to describe it. So this was another Versace look. She wore this cat suit with this incredible, called an opera coat. Basically, it's a giant puffer coat. Gigi told us that it's the heaviest thing she's ever worn.
I want it.
Isn't it incredible? I could totally see you in this event. We need this. And the cat suit is obviously latex, and it's molded to her body. And I think she just looks so modern, so fresh, so cool.
Oh my God! Why do you love it? What is it about it?
My only question is, does one go to the restroom in that? At all? No, I love it because I'm like streetwear, but I also like men's stuff. I just love a bubble, and it's like feminine, with like the big. It's also like if I get tired, I can just take it off and just
snap in it. Duvets were a big thing of the night. Actually, I had one myself.
All right, there was a mystery man wandering around. What was this about?
Oh gosh,
what was this
mystery
about?
man? So there was some confusion that this was actually Jared Leto.
Yeah, I thought it was.
All over the internet, everyone was saying Jared Leto's coming, Iris Van Herpen. It actually was not Jared Leto. It was kind of his doppelganger, Frederick. Frederick is a creative director. So basically, he wore this amazing gown. Look, and we were all talking about it like it was Jared. But then Jared actually showed up with
a twin.
With Alessandra Michele, the designer of Gucci, in exactly the same look as each other.
I got confused when I saw those two. Everything was confusing to me.
It was very confusing.
I was confused.
And then I actually saw Jared later at the after parties at Boom Boom, and I was like, is this the real Jared Leto? I'm not sure. Okay, it is. It was definitely the real Jared Leto.
Wow. And we should point out, this whole Met Gala is really a fundraiser, too. It does raise money. It's a lot of fun, I think, if you're in New York, and I think sometimes you need a little break from the tough life so you can have a little fun.
It's a glimmer of light.
It is. And you can catch Xana on Daily Pop weekdays at 11 Eastern on our sister network E, and as a fashion correspondent for the Kentucky Derby. Wait, what? You got promoted again on NBC Sports this Saturday. Oh, congratulations.
That is awesome.
What a great assignment.
The best. We're going to be tats galore.
Be sure to join us again tomorrow on Today when the cast of Company joins us. It's our Best of Broadway week.
Okay, then we're going to see you in just a few, 24 hours.
Count them down.
Yeah.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen.
Now, everybody loves a hearty meal.
But when the cooking is done, nobody loves doing dishes.
So today, we're making 3 delicious recipes that all come together in just one pot.
I'm making a one-pan chicken pot pie with some of my favorite spring veggies.
I'm whipping up Tuscan-style tortellini soup.
And I'm making my flavor-packed, Thai-inspired green curry noodles.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
Growing up, it was always a treat for me and my siblings to make frozen chicken pot pies when my parents were out to dinner and we had to fend for ourselves. And today I will be making a more grown-up version of this classic comfort food. This recipe has some of my favorite veggies, and I know your whole family will absolutely love it. So the first thing we're gonna do is get our onion going. Look at that stunning dice. Move those onions off to the side to prep the rest of our veg. This is fennel, gorgeous, gorgeous fennel. Bulb, fronds, and the stems, okay? So I really love using fennel in honestly any kind of cooking. I promise you, all of that anise flavor is going to mellow out beautifully once it hits the pan. We have these fronds here. We're gonna just give them a nice rough chop. So we've taken the stem off, and then I'm going to cut it in half, like so. We'll go from the top to the back, like so. And then rock it through from the back to the front. let's quickly do our celery. And the theme here is green. I don't know if you can tell. All green veggies, that's what we're working with today. Okay, finally our garlic clove. And you also don't have to worry about chopping this too fine. So let's get to sauteing. We are going to add in a nice hunk of unsalted butter. We are also going to add in some olive oil. Once it is all melted and as it starts bubbling like so, that is when we know to add in our veggies. These will all go in at the same time. These veggies were really running away from me here. Okay. We want these veggies to break down, to caramelize a bit, to develop their flavor. And while that is going, we are going to get to work on the rest of our veggies because believe it or not, we are adding even more vegetables to this already full vegetation experience. All right. So next up, we have our kale. This is lacinato kale, also known as dinosaur kale. It is flat. It's not as crazy and curly like curly kale. And my favorite way to prepare it is I will take the bottom, right where the stem is, grab either side, and then take my finger and pull that stem right through. And there you go. Okay, so while this is going, we are actually going to add even more flavor with some fresh thyme. And then what we're gonna do is we're just going to bunch it on up in pieces, slice it thin, just like so. How about that? Fabulous. We're gonna get to work on our chicken. A great shortcut that I love to do is I love to use a rotisserie chicken. I am pulling off this skin just because we don't necessarily need it and we can chop this up. My siblings prefer white meat and I prefer dark meat with chicken, so it's good. We'll have a little for me and then the rest for my sibbies. Okay, looking good. So now that our veggies are ready to rock, it is time to create what I like to call an almost roux. So we are just going to add in this all-purpose flour, but it's really important when you add in flour to a pot pie, to anything as a thickening agent, that you take the time to cook the flour down. So we want to just keep cooking this down for about 2 to 3 minutes. Okay, it's time to thicken this up. We're gonna start by doing 1 cup of the stock. We want to make sure that all of this flour breaks down. And now what we want to do is we want to bring this to a simmer to continue thickening it a bit more. Next up, we are going to add in our kale to wilt it and to also thicken up our mixture a bit. And now that this looks nice and thick, we're going to add in our final ingredients, our peas, our fennel fronds, and our chopped up chicken. This is my favorite thing to do with a homemade pot pie. I love using puff pastry, store-bought. I'm taking a little bit of all-purpose flour and just giving it a nice light dusting. Open it on up. This is 1 sheet of puff pastry. We're gonna give this 1 more light dusting of flour. Take your rolling pin. The main thing here is to make sure that you roll it out so that it fits whatever pan you are working with. And we're just going to fold it, bring our pan over, lift it up, and then open it up like a book and dress it right over the top. You cute, you gorgeous. I love ya. We wanna make sure that we have about 1 inch around our cast iron. And you can just trim the corners off of that pastry. I have egg wash right here. And the reason why we're popping this onto the top and brushing it over the top of our pastry is because if we don't, what's gonna happen is our pastry is gonna end up looking a little sad. So we're just taking a pastry brush and really delicately brushing that egg wash over the top and the sides of the pastry. Okay, we wanna make sure it has some ventilation. You wanna make sure that you have at least 3, maybe 4, right in the center of that pie so that steam can escape. And then my favorite little extra layer of pizzazz is to take some flaky salt and sprinkle it over the top of this pot pie. So this is going to go into the oven for about 25 to 30 minutes and just check about halfway through. Oh man, our pot pie has cooled. We want it to cool for about 10 minutes after it comes out of the oven. And now there's only one thing left to do. Slice it up and give it a taste. And then we're gonna give this a nice big scoop. Oh yeah. Look at that. It is unbelievable how food can instantly transport you back to a moment. It is just bursting with spring beauty and energy. I love it. One more bite, because we deserve it.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
I absolutely love Italian food, just like everybody else. It's so comforting and it always tends to hit the spot. Now with minimal prep, my tortellini soup is just a thing to make at the end of a long day because it's just in one pot. All right, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna fire up the big pot that you have in your kitchen. I'm gonna set it onto a medium-high heat. Next, we're gonna move on to the sausage. This is spicy Italian sausage. I think it adds a lot of flavor. Just remove the casing and the sausage. Well, a sticky little thing, isn't it? Then we're just gonna put this right into the pan right now. Squeeze that sausage right on out, right into that pot. Right now, I'm breaking up the meat so that way it'll be dispersed. It'll cook a little bit faster. Let's move on to chop up our veggies. So I've got some onion here. We're just gonna dice this up, slice it in half. And you can do generous chunks. There we go. Moving on, we got some fresh tomatoes here. Gonna dice these up as well. And you know what? I'm thinking our sausage is about finished. Yeah, it's great. It's got a great color on there. We're gonna take a slotted spoon and we're gonna remove the sausage because we don't want to take out the oil. We want the oil from that sausage to help out with the flavor. There we go. Now, since there's not a lot of oil left after the sausage, I am gonna add in just a little bit of olive oil. I'm gonna add in my onions and we're gonna saute those. You know I am a garlic lover, and if you love Italian food, you gotta be a garlic lover too. Now, got some carrots here. Because they're so small, I'm not gonna peel them. I'm just gonna begin to dice them up as well. But just make sure you wash your carrots. Give that a nice stir. All right. In goes the garlic. Slide that on in. Give it another stir. And we're gonna cook this for about 1 minute. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna deglaze the bottom of this pot. We're gonna do that with some red wine because we're fancy here in the Today All Day kitchen. So grab your favorite red wine. I'm gonna be using a blend, and we're gonna add about a half a cup. There we go. And if you wanna toast yourself during this recipe, I won't judge you. That's your business. Let this simmer down. And in go the tomatoes. I'm gonna let the tomatoes rest in here with the onions and the red wine and garlic. Let that simmer for a minute. I'm gonna finish preparing the rest of our veggies. Basil. I'm gonna roll them up, stack the leaves. And I'm just gonna, just like this. Beautiful. That should be enough. I'm gonna reserve some too for garnish at the very end. Check back in on our tomatoes and onions and look at this. You can see how thick it is. It's kind of slushy. That's exactly the texture that we want. I think this looks good. What about y'all? Yeah, Cam, it looks real good. Okay, let's start to bring everything else together. I'm gonna add in some oregano. Adding back in the sausage as well. Give this a good stir. And then our stock, pour it in. This is some chicken stock. Another pinch of salt, some black pepper, and lastly, I'm gonna sprinkle in some basil. Boom. Do we want some heat? Yeah, Kev, we want the heat. Bring the heat. All right, some red pepper. Boom. I'm gonna crank up the heat so that it comes to a boil, and then as soon as it starts to boil, you're gonna wanna reduce the heat down to a simmer.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
You know what? Our hearts are ready for something like this. Come on.
It's a great workout. It's everything you need.
Look who's back together.
Oh, I'm so happy. That's what it takes to set a record. So glad to see you.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're gonna take some kale. All I'm doing is folding the kale over, and I'm gonna take out the big stem. Take it at the very top, and just drag the knife along the stem. Comes right out. And then just do a chop. Just like this. This is great. Still simmering. Ready, in, go. The kale. Beautiful. And this is some cheese-filled tortellini. I'm gonna cook this for about 5 minutes. You can cover and let this simmer. All right, I think this is done. I'm gonna turn off the heat of our pot, and we're gonna plate this amazing one-pot Tuscan tortellini soup. And this soup deserves the good bowls, okay? I'm just gonna say that. It deserves it. Get a big scoop. Oh yeah. We've got the color from the carrots, color from the kale, and color from the tomatoes. Beautiful. Let's garnish. Pepper. A little bit of dried oregano, if you want some. Beautiful. Basil. There we go. And look at this. Holy smokes. Cannot wait to devour this soup. Oh my Lord. That is a delicious soup. Now, I'm not team soup only in the wintertime. I'm team soup all year long. You want to come home to a nice warm hug. This is it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of trying to cover a lot of topics in one episode, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
You got a whole restart. How does that land with you?
Is climate change and the environment one of your top priorities?
Sounds so good. Love it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I know making a curry from scratch might sound intimidating, but I promise it's actually pretty easy. After trying this recipe, you may never go back to that jarred stuff. I'm gonna kick things off with my curry paste. Traditionally, this is made in a mortar and pestle, but this girl is busy, so we're gonna put everything in a food processor and it comes out just great. So we're gonna first start with some coriander stems. So get those right into the food processor. Then we're gonna use one small shallot or half of this large one here. And I like to quarter it so it's easier to blend up in the food processor. So get that right in. And then we're gonna use 4 cloves of garlic. 1 Thai green chili. You could just take the stem right off like this. And you could cut this in half if you'd like, so it's easier to blend. And then we're gonna use 1-inch piece of fresh ginger. Fresh is key. The traditional ingredient in this is usually galangal, but it's not readily available, so ginger is the next best substitute. And the best way to peel ginger is using a spoon, because if you run your spoon right against the meat of the ginger. The peel comes right off. How cool is that? So pop that right in. Next, we want half a stalk of fresh lemongrass. I'm just gonna give this a rough chop. And we're gonna get that beautiful lemongrass right in. I'm using 1 fresh lime. Let's get that all in. So then we wanna just cut this in half. You can use your hand or a little citrus squeezer and give it a good squeeze. And we have a few more remaining ingredients. We want some toasted cumin seeds and some toasted coriander seeds. Then we want to add a pinch of white pepper. This is deceiving. White pepper is quite spicy, so a pinch is more than enough. And then a pinch of kosher salt. And we're gonna whiz this up. And just keep pulsing. Okay, so I think we're good. So I'm gonna get it out into a bowl, and then I'm gonna grab my veggies, tofu, and noodles for the rest of my recipe. So we've had our tofu here sitting in some paper towel. We've pressed it, so you'll notice that it's a little bit drier from when you open the package. So I like small cubes because I want them to be bite-sized and able to fit on my spoon or fork. Plus, if you make them smaller, then they'll cook better and crisp up. Okay? The next step is tossing them in some cornstarch. So you just want to lightly coat them. Great. So let's turn our skillet on. And we're gonna want to get this to about a medium-high heat. Coat the bottom with some neutral cooking oil. I'm gonna start giving them a flip. This is what you want. This is gonna be flavor-packed. These are looking great. You could see the color, the crisp. So I'm gonna get them removed and then start prepping my veg. First, I'm gonna slice my onion. We're just using a medium to large yellow onion. So I'm gonna do a quick slice on each half. So our onion is done. And next we wanna do 1 long red chili. These actually aren't that spicy, but they're gonna add a lot of flavor and they're gonna look beautiful against the green curry. So we're just gonna give a quick slice on this, just basically thin circles. Great. And next we wanna slice a green bell pepper. This one's a big one. So cut this in half. And I just like to scoop out the center to clean it up. And then similarly, we're just going to run our knife through it like the way we did for the onion. Great. And lastly, we have some carrot. We're gonna try doing this julienne because I like it to match the onions and the peppers. Okay? And now the 1-pan or pot magic begins. So we're gonna take the same pan that we used to crisp up our tofu in. While that's heating up, we're gonna coat it with a little bit more of that neutral oil. And now I'm gonna add in all of my veggies. Whew, I always love that sizzle. So we wanna saute it for about 5 minutes or so. And to help with the process, we're gonna add in a bit of salt. The salt is gonna help release all of the moisture in the vegetables. Now that our onions are looking a little bit translucent, it's time for our curry paste. It smells so good. We're gonna let this cook down for about 3 to 4 minutes. Once you notice that the vegetables have softened and it's browning on the bottom, It's time for our liquids. So we're gonna add in about 2 cups of water. And some full-fat coconut milk. And now is when we add our green peas. Stir this all together, and then we want to bring this to a slow simmer. So while we wait for our curry to come to a slow simmer, I want to talk about the noodles. So I'm actually using edamame noodles, which are noodles made out of edamame beans. They're super delicious and they're a beautiful green color. Okay, so our curry is simmering, so now it's time to add our noodles. You just want to make sure all the noodles have some moisture on them. They're all covered with the liquid. Great. Then we're going to cover it and let it cook for about 5 minutes. I'm going to clean up some of these bowls and get ready to taste. Okay, so our noodles have been simmering for about 5 minutes, so let's give it a check. These look so good. Notice that all the liquid has reduced, but it's still nice and saucy, and the veggies are still vibrant in color. All right, let's get it plated. So beautiful. I love the way the carrots look in this because they really add that pop of color. Okay, now for our tofu. We haven't forgotten about that. So they've actually cooled off here, which is great because now they're nice and crispy. And then we're gonna add some of our garnishes. So we have some fresh lime, some fresh coriander, and we reserved some of our fresh red chili. Look at this. Can you believe that this was made in only 1 pan? I just have to give this a taste. Are you kidding me? It's like I'm walking the streets of Bangkok. It's so vibrant, it's so fragrant. You should always eat with your eyes first, and this is certainly a dish that I'm eating with my eyes first.
Good morning. Breaking news. Bombshell. The Supreme Court poised to strike down Roe versus Wade. That, according to an unprecedented leak of the justice's draft opinion overnight. A decision, while not yet final, would alter the nationwide battle over abortion.
This leaked draft means that there are